Skills acquisition is key to global development. Low skills result in underdevelopment and unemployment. Skills development can lead to increase in productivity and improved standards.
I'm happy to be part of the team that are deploying skills in Nigeria. Our appreciation goes to the team in BMV for their sponsorship of this Skill Expert program. Skill Expert program has really helped the German companies and their service provider in employability and employment, and also in their production. At the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, we are looking forward to exploit more skills and also diversify in our deployment of training.
Since 2019, and I'm very happy to report that since 2019 we have been benefiting from the Skills Expert program funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. Since 2019, the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria has been working with Nigerian partners and German partners on the implementation of the Skills Expert program. The Skills Expert program aims at promoting elements of the German dual vocational training system in Nigeria to increase access to vocational training, to increase quality of vocational training, and implement a training system that involves public sectors and private sectors for sustainable training.
We carry out our trainings with industrial partners equipped with facility and standard training materials for hands-on learning. The training has benefited our partner organizations, and we have good testimonies from our past and present trainees. We welcome you to be a part of our process. Here, we aim to improve the skill set of our trainees according to German best practice in selected professions through our Skills Expert Training Program.
My name is Temitope Olukoga. I work with Krones LCS Center West Africa. The training has been helpful. I've learned quite a lot from the training, organization, office administration, procurement, and so many others that would help me when I go back to work. It has shaped me positively. From what I've learned here, I believe that when I get back to work, I'll be able to improve at my place of work and do better, and even with my personal life.
Theoretical and Vocational Education and Training Conference. And as the name states, this is really going beyond the theoretical and taking us to providing capacity and vocational skills for those who can really be able to use it to drive some of the knowledge that has been brought in from other places. So, we have 2 days of really intensive, fun-filled learning, sharing, knowledge-sharing activity, and I would encourage you to really get engaged as well as make contacts with other people that you meet here because the knowledge that we will share and gain over the next 2 days will carry through for you well into the future. We have a number of speakers today, and the way the day will run is that we will have a number of speakers, presentations, panel sessions that we will go through, and that will obviously help us have a fairly interactive day with concentrated pockets of knowledge. So as I said, please engage in the process. So, presumably everyone has registered. Hope you saw the exhibitors as well. They're going to be here over the next 2 days. We are going to start with an address, and that's going to be done by none other than the person of, or should I say, His Excellency, the Deputy Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Deputy Ambassador Martin Huth. If the ambassador is coming up, please encourage him. It's early in the day, and he's made a lot of effort to get here. Ambassador, over to you, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here at this very pleasant place to walk in and see, obviously, a good show of Nigerian produce in the agricultural field coming into this room and to attend the opening of this conference with a rather long and complicated name. I understand that a lot of the more substantive contributions will be made later on by the people who will have the pleasure to sit on those chairs over there. So my job here at the beginning really is to try to give you all a little boost for the 2 years, for the 2 days that are ahead of you. And I would start by just pointing out that both Nigeria and Germany have long-standing relations in trade and commerce, also in the agricultural field. So I do think that over the many years that Germany and her experts have been present in Nigeria and that we have been able to exchange with our Nigerian counterparts, we have developed a good overview and understanding of the enormous potentials of this country, but also of its needs, its deficits, and hopefully also for some of the solutions. And that brings us to taking a certain perspective, which is from this perspective, this conference really deals with two very crucial key issues: agriculture and TVET. On agriculture, I can just say we all know Nigeria is very much dependent on the oil industry. It's very much a one-income economy, and everybody knows what this country needs is to diversify its economy. And one of the key areas that we have to look at, not just in Nigeria but in other countries as well, is of course agriculture as a traditional sector, as a sector that is labor intensive and where knowledge and experience exists. Of course, agriculture in the 21st century may have to look a little bit different from what it was in the past, but at least there is a basis from which to start. And therefore agriculture is absolutely key. The same goes for vocational training and its important role in state building, capacity development, youth employment, all of this cannot be underestimated. I do know that we live in an age, probably across the world, where TVET is somewhat underrated or maybe even looked down. Everybody wants to send their children to universities to become doctors and lawyers and engineers, etc. But it is actually what you learn through TVET that makes societies and that makes countries go. And it does provide for all those who benefit from it an enormous degree of satisfaction. So it is TVET that propels countries and nations forward everywhere in the world, not least when it comes to the actual needs of the country and the percentage of the potential national workforce that would be the target of TVET measures. Of course, something else that Germany might bring to the table is our technology, our machinery, particularly in the field of agriculture, something I think that we can pride ourselves in being world leaders. And of course, machinery that comes to effect within the entire agriculture value chain. So this conference will really focus on the importance of structured and standardized vocational training methods for Nigeria's agricultural sector, an extremely pertinent subject. And it will also focus on training that meets industry demands. And I think this is where, in the end, everything will come together. A new vision for modern agriculture in Nigeria, powered by people who are properly trained for the benefit of all. So with this, I would just like to close, but not without thanking, of course, the organizers and partners in this conference. And I'll just mention the delegation of German industry and commerce in Nigeria, the two representatives of which are here with us today. GIZ, our international development agency as well. And finally, to wish you all two successful and pleasant days with fruitful and helpful discussions. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Ambassador. Okay, so thank you. Another round of applause, please, for what I thought was an excellent introduction to the day. As the Deputy Ambassador said, Nigeria has had, with Germany, a long history of trade and commerce, especially in the agricultural field, and we all know how important that relationship has been to both countries. So, to give us our keynote, I'd like to invite up someone that you might have seen on the video who's been very instrumental since 2019 in ensuring that the practical elements of this relationship have been enhanced. I'd like to invite Katharina Felgenhauer, the delegate of the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, to come and give us the first keynote. Thank you. Katharina, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I have to stand next to this desk, otherwise you can't see me. So, good morning from my side. My name is Kat, short for Katharina Felgenhauer. I am the delegate of German Industry and Commerce here in Nigeria. As we just heard, I've been here since 2019, usually based in Lagos, but in 2020 we opened our Abuja office, which finally gave us the opportunity to also be closer to our partners and stakeholders in Abuja and surrounds. We launched the Abuja office with our first conference right here at the NAF Conference Center, which was an ease of doing business conference. Some of you may have been there. We decided this year to dive a bit more deeply into some of the most pressing issues that have been raised by our partners, by our stakeholders, and by our own observations of the market. Before I continue, I want to say thank you to the Deputy Ambassador, Martin Huth, for his contribution, and also thanks for joining us this morning. I also want to announce that we have the GIZ Country Director, Ina Hommers, who's going to speak to you in just a moment, and we have the pleasure of having Cécile Tassin-Pelzer with us, the head of cooperation at the EU delegation to Nigeria. She was supposed to speak tomorrow, if you check the program, but instead she's already here today, so you're in for a treat this morning. I also want to add that we have the country director of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Michael Ojo, with us, along with other high-level representatives of our various partners who you will hear and see during today's program and tomorrow's program. The beauty of this agricultural, technical, and vocational education and training conference, I will refer to it as a TVET conference moving forward, is that you see a combination of two topics that we have been working on at the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria for many, many years. We have different departments in our organization that we call competence centers. One competence center is the Competence Center Skills Development that focuses on the promotion of dual vocational training in Nigeria. We're trying to follow the model of the German dual vocational training system, which focuses a lot on the combination of classroom-based training and on-the-job training, while maintaining a very consistent quality control of the trainings delivered, which are then being certified by external tests and certification approved by Germany. So this is our focus, which means that we develop curricula, we work with private sector companies, with training institutes, and with public authorities on standardizing those programs and on making sure that the quality control is consistent and the certificates that the trainees then receive at the end really speak of the highest possible training standards. These activities in dual vocational training have been going on since 2012 on the side of our organization, so we go back 10 years in this space. I think that's something to be proud of, but we also recognize that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. So we're happy that we continue the conversation today, focusing on the agribusiness sector. Which leads me to our second competence center that is in the limelight today and tomorrow, which is the Competence Center Agribusiness. This, for us, is a fairly new activity. We launched this Competence Center officially just last year, but we already have a lot of activities in store for you. I invite you to check the folders that you received when you were checking in, when you registered. Those folders also contain information about latest activities and upcoming activities, especially for the Competence Center Agribusiness. Just to name a few, again, for those who will be here tomorrow, you should not miss out. Tomorrow we will launch the CASHEW Roundtable, which will be an activity that continues throughout the year. We will also see a food and nutrition security training, also a new activity by our Competence Center Agribusiness. You also have a schedule of a webinar series. I have to fix the sound here. Of the webinar series on post-harvest losses. This webinar series runs until November this year. You see a schedule already of the main topics that will be covered, so please don't miss those activities. Another exciting activity that is coming up also through the Competence Center Agribusiness, together with our partner Fair Trade, and a trade fair organizing company that many of you know. They have been organizing the Agro-Food and Plastprint Pack Trade Fair and Conference for many years. They will be back in Lagos in March, on the 22nd to the 24th of March. Do not miss out. We had the last Agro-Food in October, which went very well, so we're recovering from the COVID-induced restrictions in that space. So come back to Lagos in March. Now, looking at the conference, you see the program in front of you. We want to focus these 2 days on assessing the status of the agribusiness space in Nigeria, looking at value chains as much as we can, and identifying the gaps and opportunities, especially when it comes to capacities, capabilities, and training needs. And this should then be the basis for joint initiatives that hopefully emerge from these activities, from the dialogue that we have these 2 days, how to improve the capacities in this space, how to make sure that the agribusiness sector becomes productive, more productive, while maintaining very good quality of food production of the entire value chain from harvest to the end consumer. We will, of course, look at some of the framework conditions, let it be the African Continental Free Trade Area or restrictions when it comes to exportation of food produce. Program, do not miss out on anything, and we'll have fantastic dialogue between the different partners we have in the room, whether private sector, public sector, international organizations, research institutes. It's a very, very diverse crowd, it's a very diverse program, and we're really looking forward to the discussions. I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners without whom this conference would not be possible. First and foremost, the VET Toolbox, a program implemented by GIZ and the European Union. They are our conference partners, and we really, really appreciate your support, VET Toolbox. Next, we have private sector partners. So I want to acknowledge Big Dutchman, Jet Setter. There is a table just outside the conference room where you can find out more. Cormart, Casanovas, Nivea, representing the company Bayersdorf, NASCO, and then most importantly, CASHEW, West Africa Cashew Project, as well as the Partnership for Advancing Women in Economic Development. These partners are also represented with desks outside. Don't miss the exhibition. You can also see a lot of products that you can try out. And also we have what we call expert desks. Those expert desks give free advice for startups and SMEs in the agribusiness space. So have a look around, meet as many people as possible, try some of the products, and identify the opportunities that we can leverage on together today and tomorrow. Welcome once again. Do enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Katerina. So, I didn't hear anyone clap, but I thought that was a very, very useful keynote. And thank you very much. A couple of things that I picked up on there from that. German standards, dual vocational training, also the fact that we have the opportunity here because we have the private sector, we have private sector representation, public sector representation, researchers. The opportunities are vast. So again, I would just encourage you to please, please make the most of the next 2 days. Okay, so we're now going to invite up for our second keynote the country director for GIZ Nigeria. I don't think anyone who's in the space and even beyond would have missed the huge contribution and activities of GIZ in Nigeria. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the country director up, Ina Homas. Please welcome her very warmly. Ina, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for this very warm welcome. Actually, the great part about private sector-driven conferences is there's probably another 5 to 10 minutes where you have to survive through keynotes. And since this is not a policy dialogue, then you can go into actually doing what is needed on the ground. I will stand on existing protocol, but of course, as country director GIZ, I would like to acknowledge also the representation of the Deputy German Ambassador, since Germany is, of course, the main commissioner of what German technical cooperation is doing as GIZ. Dear Martin, thank you for being here. I would also like to recognize, of course, the head of cooperation of the European Union, dear Cecile, since the European Union is the most important financier also into what German technical cooperation is doing. And then, dear Katarina, thank you for making it possible that we jointly organize and implement this conference. Why is it important? I think we have talked a lot about the key priorities that are needed to be tackled in Nigeria. To you, those key topics are not something that needs to be tackled, it's opportunities in the business sector, right? Most of you are private businessmen in agriculture, private businesswomen, sorry, in agriculture, and this is where you are trying to find out what is actually possible in order to overcome obstacles that you have identified. And I think this is what we are here for, because this is, in the cooperation, probably the best that Germany and the European partners have to offer in kind of advisory and expertise. German Technical Cooperation, GIZ, has been in Nigeria since 1974. Since the early 2000s, we are also supporting the ECOWAS Commission West Africa from Nigeria, and I'm very happy to also see colleagues here who have flown in from Ghana, who are part of our new agriculture program, market-oriented value chains in the ECOWAS region, with a strong focus on cashew and rice. If you want to wave so people can, yeah, thank you. If you have questions on what we do on cashew and rice in the region, please, they're here, and I'm sure they're happy to share. We have currently 3 core areas that German Technical Cooperation implements on behalf of the German government, namely the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, but also for the European Union. One of that is training and sustainable growth for decent jobs. And this core area, already in its title, actually gives a bit of background on what are the key priorities that Germany has identified. And it is, of course, vocational skills and training, but not as a means in itself, but because there is a huge understanding that what industries need are skilled experts in order to induce economic growth. And this economic growth, of course, from a sustainability perspective, also needs to lead to jobs that are decent in a way that they can lead to sustainable livelihoods. And this is actually where we implement a number of core areas on sustainable economic development, on skills development, and on trainings. Those programs have recently benefited from the addition of a global project that is implemented in 11 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, one of them being Nigeria, and it is co-financed by the European Union. And this is the already referred to VET Toolbox. The VET Toolbox is actually a tailor-made approach that supports SMEs and enterprises to actually find those expert skills in the market. And it's something that we have recently, as GIZ, as an implementer, added to our portfolio. But in a number of other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, the VET Toolbox is implemented by other European agencies, such as AFD or the Luxembourg Development Agency, the British Corporation. So this is actually really a role model for European cooperation in skills development. What are we currently doing with the VET Toolbox in Nigeria? We have been able to create a strong connection to our second core topic, and that is called One World Without Hunger. You can already see how strong the focus also on agriculture is for the German cooperation. One World Without Hunger looks into food security, but also into value chains and into marketing of agriculture products. So the VET Toolbox has kicked off with a private sector-driven pilot. We're very happy that we have been able to partner with Nigerian Julius Berger on a cashew project where we are working together, and German Development Corporation is supporting skills development, and the experts to be found on the ground, helps in identifying good produce and market possibilities in Nigeria and in the region, and where, of course, Julius Berger is the implementer of a new cashew project. We have quite a number of people here who are also affiliated to this or other cooperations that we have with Julius Berger, so please also use the opportunity to better learn on how we can jointly implement and how you can, as private sector, also benefit directly from what we have to offer. With that said, I think the conferences that we are able to implement jointly with the delegation of German industry and commerce are unique in a way that we are providing the space in order to look into the policy frameworks, into the obstacles, but of course with AHK there is a strong partner also that talks business much more than we do. And I do think this is where you should really utilize the opportunity to make those 2 days what you need, to also perhaps tell us later on what you think we should offer more. We are happy that we have a joint office and representation also in Abuja with our agriculture programs and with AHK being present here since 2020. So please utilize this as well. If you need further advice on our programs, we also have representatives from the Agriculture Finance Project here that can also help you to better link to bankable solutions and banks. That's what we would like to offer. I wish you a very enjoyable conference. And once again, welcome to all of you. I can see, it seems to be still very early, and I hope you can still bring up the momentum. Currently, a number of people look, perhaps including myself, as if they need a coffee. Grab one, and then make this your conference, because you have great opportunities to exchange here. I wish you all the best, and I look forward to being part of the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from Ina Homers, who's the country director for GIZ in Nigeria. Since 1974, GIZ has been, well, not you personally, no. Thank you so much. Let's hear it again for Ina Homers, who hasn't been here since 1974, but GIZ has. Thank you. Okay, so I promised you at the beginning that we would have a series of discussions, presentations, keynotes that would be interesting and exciting. I hope you're finding so far that we're building up very well. Would you agree? Yes? No? Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. So, if you look in your programs, you'll find that I'm about to change the order slightly. Apologies for that, but just make note so that you can know exactly who you're hearing from, because I'm now going to invite up the head of cooperation of the European Union delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Cecile Tassin. Please let's hear it from her. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning. So, Deputy Ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany, the delegate of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, the country director of GIZ, dear participants, good morning everyone. As announced, I'm the head of cooperation of the European Union for Nigeria and ECOWAS, and I will make it very short, don't worry, I just wanted to deliver a goodwill message as a financial partner of this event. So I'm very delighted to join you today. I know it's a very important conference that brings together experts and researchers from the Nigeria's food and nutrition sector. As Ina explained already, this event is under the auspice of the TVET toolbox, and indeed it's an instrument co-financed by the European Union and the Federal Republic of Germany, and its objective is really to enhance the delivery of demand-driven skills development and vocational training, catering for investment needs, and it's present in selected sub-Saharan countries. And it's, as Ina said, implemented by different financial European agencies. And so in Nigeria it's GIZ, but as you said, there are also LuxDev, Enabel, AFD. So for us it's very important because this is what we call the Team Europe approach. It's a Team Europe initiative, which means that it brings together the best of European expertise And this is the fact that we are together that make us stronger and make this partnership stronger with our African partners. So as far as Nigeria is concerned, so the VET toolbox is focused on sustainable energy, sustainable agriculture. We are here today. Also sustainable infrastructure. Of course, all these sectors, I think, are very relevant to the developmental needs of Nigeria, as we can see is in the new National Development Plan of Nigeria. You may have seen the plan was launched recently in December, the plan for 21-25. And as far as the cooperation between the EU and Nigeria is concerned, it is also totally relevant with our new program. We have a new EU-Nigeria program. Under this program, for the coming years, the first priority is green and digital economy. So under this program, in the coming years, we will be cooperating and supporting Nigeria with a special focus on climate-smart agriculture, on renewable energy, on circular economy, and on digitalization, with an eye to job creation, especially for youth and for women. Because we believe that vocational training, to come back to our topic today, is capable of creating millions of jobs for Nigerian youth in promising sectors such as agribusiness, which we believe has a huge potential for employment creation and for improved livelihoods. So I'm very pleased to see so many representatives today from a cross-section of the agricultural sectors. And also, of course, I appreciate a lot the presence of the private sector, as well as public sectors together, because we need all of us, private and public sector, to work together. So I'm convinced that this conference will be a very good opportunity to learn, to interact with the stakeholders, and I believe that all together we can make a real contribution to economic growth and development, and helping to position Nigeria in agricultural production. So just to wish you successful deliberations, and looking forward, and I'm here also with my colleagues, we are looking forward to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So you've just heard from the head of cooperation for the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Please let's hear it again. I think these presentations are prepared for and therefore need to be recognized. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so again, because we've had to change so that we can bring some of the more important conversations and presentations to you early on, we've had to change the schedule a little bit. So please ensure that you're following the changes that we are making. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to invite up to come and speak to us now Barrister Veronica Indanusa, who's the National Coordinator for the PAWED project, P-A-W-E-D project. She's also the National President for the National Association of Women Entrepreneurs. Don't you think this lady deserves a round of applause? Thank you very much indeed. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ladies, beautiful ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. Let me start by thanking the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria for remembering to bring in the voices of Nigerian women in economic development in this important conference on agricultural, vocational education and training, TVET 2022. Research has shown that women are incorporated into economic development programs and projects. Poverty is reduced, gender-based inequality is addressed, and nations grow and develop when women are involved. While national governments endeavors to incorporate women in economic government, very often international development partners implementing bilateral economic programs in Nigeria forget to include an international focus on women in their economic development in their bilateral programs and projects. So you can see why we in TVET Coalition and in the Nigerian Association of Women Entrepreneurs are really happy and glad that we have been given the opportunity to attend all these important programs today. The Partnership for Advancing Women in Economic Development, TVET project, which is anchored by the Development Research and Project Center, DRPC, was established in 2020 to address this important gap of how to incorporate women in economic development programs, designed government as well as interventions co-created by government and donor agencies. The TVET project is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. As the national president of the Nigerian Association of Women Entrepreneurs, NAWI, my association is one of the 50+ women's economic collectives supported by TVET projects to be visible, to speak on important platforms such as this one, to remind all stakeholders of the need to be intentional in remembering women in economic development programs. Many of us here today see ourselves as business people, implementing economic development projects in the export sector to increase foreign exchange inflow into the Nigerian economy and generate increased employment for the country's unemployed. That is a good thing. These are excellent objectives. However, in doing CASHEW business in the export sector, it is imperative for government agencies and export promoters, such as the delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, to remember that there is a business case to be made for including women in such exports-oriented programs. The German government has gone on record on October 6th, 2021, by signing bilateral agreements with the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, where Germany pledged 101 million euros to support Nigerians' recovery from COVID-19 through programs to create employment opportunities for youth and women. Ladies and gentlemen, I am reminding you of the German government commitment to Nigerian women as captured in the Daily Trust national newspaper of October 6, 2021, page 19 to be precise. It may not surprise you to know that the Development Research and Project Center, DRPC, which anchors the TVET project, for which I head the coalition, is a research and development project, design and implementation non-profit. We invite you to visit our booth in the foyer as you come in or leave to avail yourselves of our facts and figures on women in Nigeria's economic development, with particular reference. Thank you most sincerely for your attention and for your dedication to empowering women in Nigerian economic development. We wish you a productive and gender-responsive deliberations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard a powerful presentation about the importance of women in the economic development of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Please, another round of applause for an excellent presentation, I thought, from Barrister Veronica Indanusa. Thank you, Barrister. So, we're going to go on a coffee break. Can't possibly do that without us hearing from the very amiable next speaker, Dr. Michael Ojo, who I'm going to invite up now. Dr. Ojo is the country director for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain. So let's give him a warm welcome as he approaches and comes to share some important knowledge with us about the activities of his organization. Dr. Ojo, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And please permit me to also stand on existing protocols. Thank you very much, Catherine, for the invitation to join this event today and the opportunity to speak. I have a set of slides. I don't know if they're available and so that the audience can follow. But I think it's really important. We're talking about agriculture. A lot of our work at the Global Alliance for Improving Nutrition is really focused on nutrition, which obviously flows from agriculture. And the more we talk about nutrition, the more we realize the importance of diets, what we eat, what we consume, and how diverse that is. So I'm just going to be speaking to set the scene for a conversation we're going to have, I believe, after the coffee break or tea break. And I usually speak to people, often people I come across regularly, but this is a group that I think I haven't come across quite a few of you. So I thought it would be, well, let me take this off actually. I thought it would be helpful to maybe say a couple of things about GAIN and what we do, and then to really talk about the nutrition situation in the country and how TVET can help us also to change things. So the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition vision is of a world without malnutrition, in which all people have access to and consume nutritious and safe foods. Our mission is to advance nutrition outcomes by improving the consumption of nutritious and safe foods for all people, especially the most vulnerable in our societies or in our communities. And if the slides were up, you'll be able to see roughly we work globally, and the strategy behind our locations across different countries in the world is really around where we can have the most impact on populations. So you see that we work in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Mozambique, in Kenya, and so on in Africa, because these are the large centers of population. And in South Asia, we work in India, we work in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and so on. If you move to the next slide, in Nigeria, we have increased the footprint of our work over the past few years, and we are now working in 16 states in the country as well as the Federal Capital Territory. And what does that work look like? See a lot of what's actually on this next slide, but it really just gives you a picture of the kind of projects that we're engaged in. And the work we do centers around four, if you like, blocks of work. One is around food safety, food standards and safety. The other block is around targeted nutrition intervention. So we're looking at how do we support the nutritional quality of diets for particular groups of people, so women, children under 5, workers, and so on. And then we do a third block of work which is focused around supply chains and how we work with supply chains to deliver nutritious foods. And finally, we do work on markets, how we support markets. And underpinning all of that is a whole range of support we provide to the private sector, to businesses, especially SMEs, who are active in the nutrition space, and also work that we do with the government of Nigeria, directly with the minister, with the Minister for Agriculture, where we have an advisor that supports him or her on food security and nutrition. And why are we doing all of this? Because globally, people are malnourished. And when we bring that down to the Nigerian context, we see that malnutrition or malnourishment actually specific ways in particular target groups. And so when you look at women of reproductive age or mothers, they face a particular burden from certain forms of malnutrition. 28% of women of reproductive age, for example, are overweight and obese. And nearly 60% of women of reproductive age suffer from anemia. If you look at children under 5, again, they face multiple burdens. And over a third of our children are stunted, so they're too short for their age. 7% of them are wasted. They're too thin for their age. And some are overweight. But also, we have particular problems with adolescents. We have particular nutritional dietary problems with workers, and also really just thinking about people with low incomes generally. And they struggle to afford diets with adequate nutrition. And then that shows up in higher burdens of malnutrition. And so one of the things that we've established over time is that what we consume, our diets, is at the core of all forms of malnutrition. So if we go to the next, I think you've gone a slide ahead. So diets are at the core of all forms of malnutrition. And in Nigeria, in many countries, you find that role being, showing up in different ways. In Nigeria, 5 of the top 10 causes of disability and death connected to what we eat, our diets. And, I've just given those ones in the slides there. So malnutrition, high systolic blood pressure, high BMI, high fasting plasma glucose, and dietary risks. And so when taking all of this background, I'm just really trying to set a background, but taking all of that background, some of the work we're doing is to really see how do we address or tackle some of these issues. And it's become obvious to us that we need to really think about how our food systems deliver the kinds of foods and the diets that we need across different parts of the country. So this slide is a little bit complicated. But the food system is essentially the system that produces, that transports, that processes, that markets, and delivers the food that we eat. And we see particular problems in the way that our food system is set up for us in Nigeria, but also in the food environments that we have. So, what's available to us? What can people afford? How is that food presented to them? And so all of this have impacts on the way that consumers interact with food, which then leads to the inadequacies in the diets, which is the cause of our malnutrition. And so when you really interrogate this and bring it again down to the Nigerian context, it is clear to us that our food system is not working because it's not delivering nutritious foods to most of our consumers. And so if you go on to the next slide, we can conclude that the Nigerian food system is not broken, but it's not fit for purpose. And I've just really put up a couple of examples there to show why that is. So for example, we have a lot of investment in food, but a lot of the value chain investments that we have are overly concentrated on production. So we are not taking a proper value chain approach in the way that we invest in food. And also, we're not really thinking through hard enough about the types of value chains of foods that we're investing in for nutrition. Another example is that Nigerians actually allocate nearly 60% of their total expenditure on food. This is a huge amount. And it's even worse when you start to look at those on the lowest incomes. Some of who allocate 95% of their incomes on food. Even though we produce a lot of food, most of us, all of us, actually buy most of what we eat, including our farmers and those who produce. And when you compare the amounts that we spend of our incomes on food with other countries, you can see why this is a problem. Because in the United States, for example, the share of expenditure on food is only about 6% of annual incomes. And so this is an issue that we need to fix through our food systems. A third example is that we have an aging and urbanizing population. And so a lot of agriculture happens in the rural areas. And we are seeing that workforce beginning to deplete because people are moving away from rural communities and the workforce is aging. And so where this is not being refreshed, we end up with pressures on actually finding the right people to invest and to work in the agriculture space. And that's potentially also why, really thinking about TVET in agriculture and thinking about it in a broad way beyond production to all the other parts of the value chain that are interesting and important to people who are not currently engaged is going to be important. If we move on to the next slide, many of you will be aware that most of last year we spent talking about food systems. And we, like Nigeria, like another 130 countries, actually came together to talk about how we can make our food systems more nutrition focused, more sensitive. And the federal government convened, I think, about 40 different dialogues across the country, thousands of people involved, and we came up with a set of agreed ways forward, which we presented to the UN in September. And this is really just a summary of those pathways that we've decided would be the ways that we want to work as a country to transform our food systems. And the very first one of those is really about knowledge and skills and building knowledge about this issue, about food, about nutrition, about sustaining access to nutritious food. The second is about supporting food producers. The third is around infrastructure, technologies, and platforms, and really providing those to help make the linkages between production and distribution and so on. We also identified support to households as a big area. And then we looked at policies and legislation and what we need to do to make that more effective. Finally, Hello? Hello? Okay, so, and then the last one was about research and really thinking about new approaches to the way that we do our agriculture and nutrition. So these are the 6 pathways that this is even worse actually. Let me just, can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So these are the 6 pathways that the country came together and decided would be the way forward. And we are supporting the government and alongside many of you in this room to make this happen. And one of the things the government has done since is to actually identify 3 priority actions. So in the last few months, the government has identified 3 priority actions. The first one, if you go to the next slide, is around early warning systems to support climate-sensitive agriculture. And so government wants to collect and disseminate information about weather patterns and soil properties and best practice and other things that will support investments in agriculture, make crops, livestock, and aquaculture, and poultry production more climate sensitive. The second set of actions that government is looking to invest in early is focused on states establishing farm settlements. And these are things that we used to have before. It's about bringing smaller groups of farmers together and really helping them to develop the ecosystem around particular value chains, from input supply through to extension services and machinery and market access and so on. So this is also quite exciting. This is something that will be happening at the state level. And then at the local government level, the third area of the third priority action is something that the government has called Operation Feed Yourself. Some of you who've been in Nigeria for long enough would know that this has come around in different ways previously, but it's about helping households to access information and inputs that would help them or encourage them to produce food around where they are. So the key message is there's been a lot of thinking around what do we need to do to transform our food systems. There are some actions the government is beginning to think about implementing, but the solutions are not easy. We came up with about 125 different potential actions. So those 6 clusters are actually trying to streamline those actions into 6 areas. And looking ahead, there's a big role for those of us in this room to play, to engage with the system at policy and implementation levels, to begin to bring some of this thinking into concrete reality and into action. And one of the things that's promising that's come out of the UN Food Systems Summit is the realization that agriculture, nutrition, being the complex system that it is, needs to engage across so many other areas like women's empowerment, climate change, and so on. And so some of the solution approaches that are coming up are actually integrated across a whole range of different things. So in this last slide, I just wanted to show some of the approaches that we've, as GAIN, have helped to catalyze. So the Global Food 50-50 and something called a Reset on Wasting, which is to bring together a wide coalition of people who are working on reducing wasting. And also some of the things that we've developed, the Zero Hunger Coalition, or helped to develop rather, the Zero Hunger Private Sector Pledge, which brings in new tremendous amounts of private sector funding to support nutrition and agriculture, and also a facility to support national pathway implementation. And finally, things that we are co-leading. So Act for Food, Act for Change is a youth initiative that's taking roots across many countries, including Nigeria, and giving young people a voice in shaping what these responses are going to be going forward as we go on in this decade of nutrition. Healthy Diets for Sustainable Food Systems Coalition, the Food Systems Countdown to 2030, which is the target that we've set ourselves for the Sustainable Development Goals. Something called the True Value of Food Initiative, which is really helping all of us to understand the cost, the true cost of what's on our plate. So whether we're importing food or we're producing food locally, there's a whole range of different elements that contribute to bringing that in. And we need to understand truly what the cost is, and something called the Anemia Alliance. So I just wanted to use this few slides to set the scene. We're going to have a discussion shortly, and we'll be able to drill down into some of these conversations a little bit more. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Ojo, the Country Director for GAIN. And I think you've set the scene very, very well. So please let's just encourage Dr. Ojo, who's going to be participating further. I think from my perspective, one of the things that jumped out at me from that presentation was the importance of balance in everything that we do. So he's been talking in many ways about a balanced diet and the negative effect of not having that balance. And I think what you're seeing with this TVET conference is that we're beginning to bring balance to the knowledge sharing as the presentations go on. So thank you, Dr. Ojo. Thanks again. Okay, so before we go on a coffee break, a 15-minute coffee break, I'd just like Katerina to come up and share something with us very briefly. Thank you.
So I hate to be standing between you and the coffee break. I'll be very, very quick. First, I want to thank Michael for his comments, and also Veronica for her very, very pertinent advice and comments. I just wanted to mention one item, the news in October of the pledge of 48 billion naira from Germany could actually not be confirmed. We went back to the German government then with the Federal Foreign Office and also the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and we have no idea where that piece of information came from. So I would just invite you to take that into consideration. This does not change the fact that Germany and Nigeria have a very strong partnership that comprises significant financial contributions, cooperation in the areas of capacity building, knowledge transfer, etc. So I don't want that to be misleading. I would just invite you to check with us if you have pieces of information that are similar. And that's why I'm here to make that on stage, to say that on stage. We greatly appreciate the contributions, the comments, the advice on how we can strengthen our different channels of bilateral cooperation, be it, as I said, through the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, the German Federal Foreign Office, together with our European partners under the European Union framework, through the various channels. So we really, really appreciate the dialogue and idea sharing that we hopefully see today and tomorrow on how to strengthen the bilateral cooperation and make sure that we're supporting sustainable food systems and also cooperate in other areas. Do enjoy your coffee.
Thank you very much for that update, Katerina. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a coffee break now, but just for those who have been speaking this morning, if you don't mind all just coming up and standing just here, just for a quick photo session, because I know some of you may have to leave. So if you've presented this morning, please join me at the front. Everyone else, we can go out for a quick 15-minute coffee break. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your participation this morning. 15 minutes back in here. Thank you. Do we have the photographers at the ready? Thank you. Please join us. Are there any smiles behind the masks? There are, okay. Wow, now you can see the smiles for sure. Thank you. now move on to the first of a number of panels that you're going to participate in, watch, listen to, be educated by over the next 2 days. And the first panel, which will be moderated by Dr. Kwao Andam, the country program leader for IFPRI, is going to comprise of, and as I mention your name, please come up. So Dr. Kwao, please welcome him warmly. He's the moderator for this panel. No one clapped. No one clapped. So you heard already from Dr. Michael Ojo of GAIN, who's going to come up. Dr. Ojo, please encourage these people to come up, because a lot of work goes into participating in a panel, and not everybody's up for being up on stage, but because they want to share. Mrs. Aisha Hadiji of Sahel Consulting. Yes, thank you. Mr. Stephen Adetolu of NASCO Group. Thank you. And last but not least, the lady who I know is going to do really well on the panel as well, Miss Chima George of Clim Finance Consulting. Miss Chima George. Okay, so I'm now going to hand over the microphone to Dr. Kwao Andam, the country program leader of our IFPRI, who's our excellent moderator for this session. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. A round of applause for MC as well. Doing a great job keeping us engaged. Thank you very much, Mr. Sawyer. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard the keynote speeches, a couple of presentations, and now we have the opportunity for something that I hope would be much more interactive. You will be part of this panel session. You are not up here on the stage, but we will invite you to give your comments and your questions in a minute. So please stay alert as we go through the topics that are coming up so that you can participate accordingly. Now, this panel is called the Food and Nutrition Security Panel. And having come back from your coffee and tea break, I'm sure you can appreciate the importance of this panel. Our objective is, as you can imagine, to have a discussion here about how to improve food and nutrition security, thinking about policies and projects, focusing really on healthier diets for improving agricultural technologies, and how to ensure that the next iteration of agricultural policies and programs are nutrition smart, nutrition sensitive, nutrition smart, and how they can contribute to the awareness and commitment of all actors and stakeholders to address food and nutrition security. So we have a tall order here, but I'm encouraged because we have an excellent panel here to help us to address this. And also we have, I believe, excellent contributions that we can look forward to from the audience as well. Before we proceed, you have had the panel introduced to you. Let me just check if Mr. Stephen Adetolu of the NASCO Group is here with us. Excellent. Please give him a round of applause as he joins the panel. Great. So we are all set to proceed. I thought that we had an excellent presentation from Dr. Michael Ojo before the coffee break, and I wanted to kick off the panel by inviting him to address a couple of issues a little bit more in detail, just to frame the panel. So, Michael, thanks for agreeing to be on the panel. You had a couple of points in your presentation that I thought were really good and should be pointed out and emphasized a bit more. The first was the centrality of diets, how diets are at the heart of the malnutrition issues. And the second is the idea of food systems. You put up a very interesting diagram, which for us in the room may have been difficult to see from afar. I know it's interesting because I saw it yesterday in more detail on my screen, and I wish everyone could have the same experience. But since they cannot, I would invite you to please say a few words about the diagram as well, and the importance of a food systems approach. So please, over to you, Mike.
Hello? Yeah, got it. Yeah, thank you very much, Kwa. And it's a pleasure to be able to speak about some of these things in a bit more detail. Yes, I was saying in my presentation about how central diets are. And, you know, what we eat is critical. And what we know is that the diets that we consume across the country are inadequate. And we know that because when we look at the manifestations or the data that we have on different forms of malnutrition, we see the impact of that. But the problem is we don't actually really know exactly what we're eating. And so to tackle this kind of problem, there is a whole range of things that we need to do as a country that really talks about policy, but also talks about different sets of actions. And so a couple of years ago, we started to work on finding out exactly what we eat in the country. We're carrying out a national food consumption and micronutrient intake survey. When I say we, I mean the country, to try and understand what are people actually eating. Because policy can be built on so many things, but a key ingredient is to have data and exactly what the current situation is, so that when you think about what to do, stuff that will change the current situation in the direction of what you want to happen. So we didn't really have the data. We haven't done this kind of work for 20 years. The last time we did a diet was 20. Hello? I'm not doing something right with this mic, even though my name is Mike. So I think that's part of the fundamental building blocks to understand what's wrong with our diet, or what a diet is, what's wrong with it. And then we can build policy on top of that. But, you know, again, for a country like Nigeria, we have a lot of policies. And really the problem has been translating those policies into real action on the ground. And so I'm not suggesting that having the data will be sufficient, or having a policy that really takes account of that data will be sufficient. It's equally important is how we implement this, and what are the incentives and the levers that put in place for people to then respond to those. So one of the things that we've seen in existing policy is government has been really focusing a lot on staples and increasing production of staples, you know, maize, rice, cassava, those kind of things. But, and what that has done is it's increased the access or availability to these staples. But it's also meant that a lot of what we consume has become really focused on those things that are available. Typically, Nigerian, 60% of what we consume is made up of starch and tubers or cereals that all of us are familiar with. And the next biggest proportion of our intake is fats and sugars. And then we need to think about what policy levers we pull to make that work. And then we need to think very carefully about how we implement those policies. And just to give a final example before I just close on this one. We've been working with the Ministry of Agriculture to develop an agricultural sector food and nutrition security strategy. That has been in place for about 3 years. And at the national level, we made assumptions about what it would take to actually make that work. But as we started to engage with the federal ministry and other players at the national level, so research institutes and so on, we found that there was a big gap, a lack of understanding about nutrition. So people knew about food and agriculture and some of the production, but they hadn't really made the transition to how do we make a lot of these different systems more nutrition sensitive. So we've had to go back and begin to do work on a workforce, a nutrition workforce strategy. And this is an area where I think TVET has a really strong role to play for people to have different pathways or ways to engage with nutrition, to understand nutrition, to have the training and capacity that helps them to be active players in transitioning agricultural production more towards nutrition. So I think the picture I'm painting here is there are many layers, there are many issues, but we can begin to approach them by taking things in turn, understanding the data, working to find the right policies, and then thinking about how we implement at the national, state, and local government levels.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think on that, and he's summarized already, so I won't do that. On that last point about how we implement, I think our next panelist here, Ms. Chinma George from Climate Finance Consulting, can say a few words about a specific part of what we need to implement, which is climate smart agriculture, right? And so, Ms. George, if you can first tell us a little bit about climate finance, and we heard about GAIN earlier this morning too. That's why I did not ask Michael, but if you can tell us a bit more about what you have been working on, and also specifically this question about climate smart agriculture. What kind of approaches should we be exploring? What are we seeing where there might be some successes in terms of implementation? Over to you.
Thank you very much. So to start with, just to give a brief of Climate Finance Consulting, what we do at Climate Finance Consulting is we connect projects to climate finance. So we have realized that the climate is changing, or it is evident now that the climate is changing. We're having increase in rains, we're having flooding, we're having drought and desertification, and this affects everyone. And because of this impact, we in Africa and Nigeria are finding it more difficult to cope because we're still trying to develop. We still don't have access to electricity. We still do not have enough food to feed ourselves. We're still importing. We still haven't developed. So this is more difficult for us because it's taking away development gains, and budgets and finance for development is now being shifted to climate change impact. So looking at policies that you think we should implement, Nigeria is a signatory to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nigeria is a signatory to the CADIB. Nigeria is a signatory to many policies, many global treaties, but how are we implementing climate change? From the Paris Agreement, we have national determined contributions, and national determined contributions are our commitment to reduce greenhouse gases. So we've committed to reduce greenhouse gases by 20% unconditional, that is without financing, and by 45% conditional with financing. Now, why are we looking at finance and policy? The only way to shift to cleaner ways of technologies, there has to be investment in those technologies, because we're looking at a shift from fossil fuels, emission-based technologies, to cleaner ways of producing, and such as renewable energy technologies, and also in the agricultural sectors, more sustainable ways of producing. So in our NDCs, Nigeria has committed to agroforestry, Nigeria has committed to renewable energy technology, Nigeria has committed to energy efficiency. But what are we doing? Being a signatory, how are we implementing this? According to the Nigeria National Agricultural Resilience Framework, it maps out ways and technologies and financing for climate smart agriculture. But the main issue we have in Nigeria is implementation. Implementation has been a major issue we face, and we haven't really implemented climate change technologies. Although we are somewhat there, we still have a long way to go. So looking at climate smart agriculture, what is climate smart agriculture? Climate smart agriculture is a sustainable way of farming. So it's a way that it has three pillars. It talks of productivity, it talks of resilience, and it talks of mitigation. So producing in a way that we reduce the amount of greenhouse gases, we conserve natural resources, and the food is nutritious. We're able to cope with the impacts of climate change. Recently, last year, I did a study with International Center for Tropical Agriculture and NICEL, and we developed 6 climate risk profiles for Nigeria across various value chains. So we looked at cassava, we looked at maize, we looked at soybean, sesame, and cotton. And what were these risk profiles looking at? These risk profiles were looking at, first of all, the economic profile of Nigeria, that is access to inputs, looking at the GDP, development gains, and now looking at poverty indicators, looking in all the different regions of Nigeria. Further to that, we also did climate modeling. So climate modeling for the past 60 years to look at the impacts historically, what the climate was in Nigeria, and future projections of what the climate is going to be. So from such climate modeling, we can see, or we discovered increase in heat stress, we discovered flooding, we discovered shorter length of growing season for the plants, and with that information, we brought stakeholders together to map out adaptation options or solutions on how to move forward. So this was a very inclusive process where we brought stakeholders across the whole value chain, from farmers to processors to marketers to the banks, to look at different ways, what are the farmers doing already to cope with these impacts of climate change, and how can we look at long-term planning for the sector. So from such, we looked at some of those solutions. For example, if we look at heat stress and we look at water use, different solutions we can look at, we can now look at conservation of water, so rainwater harvesting, instead of looking at agricultural processes or irrigation for crops, we can now look at drip irrigation. Those are some of the kind of climate smart agricultural practices. So basically, it cuts across different sectors in the value chain. So you look at conservation agriculture, you look at pest management, you look at feed for livestock, for crops, all this being sustainable to make sure they reduce emissions. Those are some of the climate smart agricultural practices we can employ, and we're already doing in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think the theme, one theme at least that's emerging here, ladies and gentlemen, if you can pick out the idea of data and evidence-driven approaches. We had it both with the diets when Dr. Michael Ojo was speaking, and Ms. Chinma George has just told us about another example of moving from a study, understanding of the situation with modeling approaches in order to figure out the best climate-smart approaches. So that's one theme that's emerging here. So let's move on. The third panelist in the row here, Mrs. Aisha Hadija, is from Sahel Consulting. I'd like her to first tell us a little bit about Sahel Consulting, although I'm sure many of you in the audience know about Sahel. Tell us a little bit about what they do there. And then, secondly, Aisha, if you can please touch on this topic. Obviously, we are going to have to think about producing more, so thinking about yields, producing better, so thinking about the quality of production. And thirdly, once you produce, don't lose what you have produced, right? So thinking about reducing food waste losses, and processing has something to do with that, is one of the solutions we can think about. So please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Carl. And my name is Aisha, and at Sahel Consulting, we're a management consulting firm based here in Abuja. And most of what we do is around market entry research, policy consulting, value chain analysis, and implementation of projects, especially with smallholder farmers. So in terms of the question, two-pronged approach. How do we produce more, increase productivity, and then not lose what we have produced? So for us at Sahel Consulting, it always goes back to the beginning, the seed. We cannot overestimate the importance of research and development when it comes to improved varieties. So beyond having an improved variety of seed across different value chains, there has to be information and awareness. The farmer has to be able to know that these seeds exist and where to access them, and they have to be affordable. So that's two. And then moving on again, onto still we're on the farm, is do we have the necessary tools and infrastructure for farmers to be able to practice good cultivation practices, good agronomic practices, to be able to push that? So I would give an example of a project that we are running called the Advancing Local Dairy Development Program in Nigeria. It's on the dairy value chain, obviously, and what we do, starting from the beginning, is we've introduced artificial insemination because the dairy cattle breed we have in Nigeria produces less than 2 liters a day. There are dairy cattle that produce about 15 liters a day. So you can imagine. So what we're doing is starting from the beginning, starting with an improved variety, improved breed of cattle. So once we move on to that, we ensure that the smallholder dairy farmer has the necessary feed and fodder to be able to feed the cattle, and then we give access to water via solar-powered boreholes. So if you understand the concept and situation in Nigeria, smallholder dairy farmers are usually pastoralists. We move around. We're nomadics. We move around. And that has security implications in the country. So when you have a situation where the feed and fodder is there, the water is there, smallholder dairy farmers are more likely to settle. So once they're settled, it means the cattle has more food, it means the cattle has, as much exercise as possible, but not too much, and they produce more. So now that we're producing more and more, how do we not lose what we have produced? As we've seen with Dr. Michael's presentation, a lot of our investments is in production. We have to move our focus, well, not move, but balance the focus towards creating market linkages. We have to be able to say, okay, now that we've pushed for increased productivity, how and where can the farmers sell this produce? So market linkages have to be created, and what this particular program does is to integrate smallholder dairy farmers into the production chain, formal chain. So where we have dairy processors, Nigerian dairy processors on one hand, like L&Z, for example, and then we also have the farmer. So Sahel Consulting is creating that link where the farmer has steady offtake, steady business, so that we don't have all this beautiful milk we have produced going to waste. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. A really good example here of the value chain approach, right? Michael, I hope you will accept this as one of the steps we are taking towards solving this problem of focusing on production. So our fourth panelist here, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from various approaches in terms of evidence generation, policy. We have Mr. Stephen Adetolu from the NASCO Group. It's always exciting to have the private sector in our midst as well, because that's, Aisha has just talked about markets. That's where, that's not where it ends, but that's an important part of the food system, a key part. As we think about diets, Mr. Stephen Adetolu, when we think about diets and the importance of how, moving diets in Nigeria towards a reference diet being a healthy, balanced diet, if you recall from Michael's presentation this morning. As we move towards that, how can we bring about that needed balance? What are some of the things that can be done or are being done from the private sector perspective And so we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Stephen Adetolu. First, tell us a little bit about the NASCO group, and then if you can address this question, we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Adetolu, and I work with NASCO Group. NASCO Group was established in 1963, and we are the major manufacturers of NASCO cornflakes, NASCO biscuits, and we also do household products, detergents, and soaps. So, to your question, I will just give you an insight into what we did sometime in 2017, 2018. You know, the vulnerable age that we've discovered with this deficiency, so maybe 1, 2, 3 to 7. And what we did in 2017, 2018 was to partner with FIRO, the Federal Institute of Research in Oshodi. And we developed a product. And this product was developed using over 95% local content that would provide over 30% of the daily nutrient requirement for this vulnerable age group. We developed this not to be sold in the market, in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, and FIRO did the research. We partnered with a research agency to come up with this product that will provide this nutritional value to this vulnerable age. So, and the good thing about this product was that it came at a time when the federal government initiated the school feeding program. And we saw it as a very good avenue to launch this product and allow these vulnerable children have access to acquiring the RDA, as the case may be, for their mental development. So these are some of the steps that we took just to ensure that nutritional requirements are made available to this vulnerable age. Then we also went further. You know, there's a particular seedling that we adapt in the manufacturing of NASCO cornflakes. As a statement of policy, we don't go outside this seedling specification because of the nutritional value of that particular seedling. So what we did is that we partner with farmers in Plateau State, because this seedling seems to be predominant in Plateau State. And we brought these farmers together. There's a kind of partnership between NASCO and these farmers. And we also partnered with a research agency in ABU Zaria, who helps in ensuring that these seedlings are developed such that we don't just acquire seedlings from any other source. And even if we have to acquire from any other source, it has to meet the specific requirements that ensures that the nutritional value of that particular seedling is maintained. So these are the kind of steps, action plan that we take to ensure that the nutritional value of products are maintained. And for us, still responding to your question, you also discover that most of this nutritional value are lost along the value chain. We are, unfortunately, most manufacturers, especially the smaller industries, could be said to be more interested in just the output. And along the value chain, you discover that a lot of nutritional value are lost due to probably bad manufacturing practices, which eventually lead to losses in nutritional value of this product. And in order to address this for us in NASCO, you now discover that nutritional information, nutritional training from time to time is given to most people who are involved in production, even local farmers. From time to time, we have sessions with our local farmers, especially in Jos Plateau State. We call extension workers, so that these guys are not just concentrating on just farming, but they are also informed on preserving, okay, the seedling. They also understand that, hey, we use this seedling because of the nutritional content therein. So this is a way of creating awareness so that the farmers too understand that the nutritional content of what they produce also matters in the manufacturing process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just heard about the importance of communication. Farmers, Stephen mentioned something that I should also mention, which is the importance of where we are starting from, the seed, where the information is contained that will deliver the product at the end, right, for nutrition. Now, let's take a quick pause here and come to you, the audience. I promised you that we'll try to make this interactive. So I'd like to invite you, if there are any questions or any points for clarification from the panel at this point, I'd like to invite us to take a round of those. If there are 2 or 3 of those, we can take them now. I'll just ask that we please stay on the points that we have covered here as a panel. Towards the end, we'll come back for more general comments. But if anything that's being said here raises any questions or comments that you'd like to contribute, please raise your hand and the mic will come to you. I have the lady here in the front, one gentleman there and one here. So we'll take these 3 for now. Are there any mics close by that can be used? Not. I have one here actually.
My name.
Have some.
Hello.
Great question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ahk Group. Training. I want to say all the presentation Okay. I said, apart from the presentation by, the response from the man from NASCO, I want to know the intentional collaboration and linkages between all the agencies that are involved in this, the matters of nutrition. Because, for instance, when we started our agric initiative in Ogun State, we had a challenge of finding the right seeds for some of our crops, something that will meet this kind of needs that we've heard about this morning. And then number two, where is the place of the income of the population in addressing these nutrition problems that we've talked about? Thank you.
So Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Ahk. I'm the Chief Operation of Fair Food, Freiburg GM. And I want to direct my UNESCO. I was talking about seedling. And my question is, what kind of seedlings are these improved seedlings? Second question is, during the process of improving these seedlings genetically modified, because our partners, the Europeans, only accept food that is organic made. That is my second question. And the third question, please. You also talk about capacity building farmers. And we all know that most farmers like to apply fertilizer, insecticide, herbicides in the growing of their crop to at least to enhance yield. Are you also going into telling the farmers that these seedlings or these products must be organically produced? Thank you very much. Very much. And from that,
I think has to speak. As a matter of policy, why this seedling partnership arrangement is such that we keep natural improvement that helps in such that this farmer gets more increase, very small. That is the area of. Then you also asked a very important question. COVID-19. There was no way these farmers could access fertilizers. Even where they had, I remember a bag sold for about 17,000 naira. What we did, because of the partnership we have with the farmers, and that is just one out of the several collaboration or support that we extend to them. we went outside to other partners and sourced fertilizer to our farmers at subsidized rate. The fertilizer as at then was sold at 17,000 naira. We sold to them at 14,000 naira. We sourced because there was no way they could access these fertilizers during the COVID. The government couldn't get the fertilizers across to them. But NASCO went well out of its way. We're not in the business of sourcing or selling fertilizer, but in order to ensure that there is a continuous flow of input and output from these farmers, we went out of our way to support them. And from time to time, just like I said, we have these extension services, agencies in the extension business. There used to be this Israeli company, KSTC, that was employed by the Plateau State government sometime 2020. So we partnered with them to ensure that they extend extension services, training services to some of these farmers, as the case may be, just to increase and improve their yield. I don't know if your questions are answered.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will address the question from the back regarding how do we address the nutrition issues in this country. So with nutrition, we have to take it on a household level, no matter how painful and how dragged out that may be. So for example, piggybacking on Operation Feed Yourself, there are interventions, and we're currently running one called the Home Garden Intervention. Women of reproductive age have been proven to be particularly susceptible to malnutrition. So what this program does is it provides nutrition education to women that have been identified in certain communities, and then also set up demonstration plots, so backyard gardens basically, so that they can be able to cultivate leafy vegetables and fruits, just to improve the dietary diversity of the household. And the aim really is that it empowers women with decision-making powers regarding food choices at home. And then it also sort of builds up the next generation of Nigerians to grow up with these diverse foods in their diets. So it's not really about just saying we're going to have a shift from food security to nutrition security. It's an integrated approach. We have to have food security, food that is accessible and affordable for all, but it has to be nutritious. It has to be wholesome. It has to promote well-being, and it has to help prevent against diseases.
Well said. Nutrition security is also part of food security, I think. So yeah, integrated. So I would like to address the question on technology and improved seedlings. So with regards climate smart agriculture or regards agriculture, there are a lot of technologies that are deployed. You have GIS, Geographical Information Services. You have drones being used to monitor farms. You also have the use of irrigation technologies. You also have the use of climate information services. So when you talk of climate information services, it's not only providing data on rainfall or data on different weather events, but also using that as a means of claiming, there's something called weather-based, climate risk insurance, weather-based insurance. So it's tied to insurance. So when there is a disaster, a climate disaster or a hazard, technologies check the hazards and you can assess funding from that. You also have different technologies. I know they are very rampant in Kenya, mobile technology, mobile money for farming. These are some of the things that are trying to be implemented in Nigeria. There are quite a number of agri-tech organizations now coming up. So yeah, I think that is evident. Then another thing about the man that spoke about organic and not using GMOs, I think is very important because Nigeria, the government has been signing agreements with GMOs. They're trying to bring GMOs into Nigeria, and it's important we don't allow that. We have to make sure we have seed sovereignty. We have to have our own seeds. And another adaptation using organic manure, and we can see that the payback period is going to be lower, and it's both healthier way to farm. So those are some of the approaches we're doing in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the questions. And I want to crave your indulgence. I usually have a lot to say about many things, so I will speak very briefly about virtually all of these questions. But I promise you I'll just build on what people have said already. I'll try and make it quick. So the question about integrating technologies, Uzomaka, I think for me this is really one of the big opportunities to begin to transition the way we look at agriculture. And so, I mean, when we talk about agriculture technology, sometimes, you know, we're thinking about tractors and so on. But really, if we're going to get young people engaged in agriculture, we really need to think about how do we make agriculture, agribusiness more kind of tech engaged. And there's so many different opportunities for this to happen. My colleagues have already spoken about some, mainly focused on the production end. But really, when you think about it, you know, just think throughout this, the entire, at different stages, there are opportunities for technology and tech in different forms to be engaged. Let me just maybe give a couple of examples. Before you do production of seeds, right? And this is part of the improvement of seeds, maybe a question as well. There's been a lot of work that's been done on biofortification. And biofortification is conventional breeding technology to increase the nutrient density of particular nutrients in seeds and in specific value chains. So now we have vitamin A enriched maize, vitamin A enriched cassava, iron beans, zinc rice, and so on. And, you know, all of these things are done using conventional means, not genetic modification. So it takes a lot of time, but it's really critical technology that's at work here. And what that helps us to do is to help us to engage, provide options for low-income people who are growing these crops to be able to actually access these crops and eat it themselves. Because if you just buy conventional maize or rice or whatever, where that's been processed and lacking in particular nutrients, before it gets to you, it goes through, in Nigeria at least, we have a large-scale food processing mandate for some of these foods. So they have to have these things added in, vitamin A, zinc, folate, and so on. But if you can breed them in, it means that the farmer themselves, who are allocating some of their production for their own consumption, have immediate access to some of these nutrients. And this is technology at play in pre-production, if you like. Post-production, we've been talking about post-harvest losses. This is an area for technology in cold chain technology, in logistics technology, in even simple basic things. We did a project on tomatoes for a number of years, and many of you will not be surprised to hear that 40% or thereabouts of the tomatoes that are produced are lost before they get to market from the north to the south. And there's simple solutions, which are technological fixes. Some of them are business model fixes, like just stopping the use of raffia baskets and moving to plastic crates. And all of these things are ideas that people can bring in. You're part of the agricultural system, not necessarily as a farmer, but as an enabler of ensuring that production is adequate, nutritional quality is sustained between production and markets. So there's multiple roles for technology. And I think we need to really think this through and begin to bring it out so that our young people can get engaged. On linkages between nutrition agencies, this is difficult, but absolutely necessary. And I don't know what your role is in Ogun State within the food ecosystem, But when we define food systems, we can define this at a global level. We can define it at a national level. We're also defining it at a state level for Nigeria or at a regional level. So what is the state and the nature of, the food system within Ogun State, for example? And why is it like that? And what are the actors and what do we need to change to make things, to bring more diversity to nutrients? The key thing is we have to really think about the consumer or the customer or the consumer as the person in the center of this and what they consume, the diet, and everything else really then revolves around that. So how do we make these consumers access the right kinds of diets in this state or in this system? And so that coordination is critical. There are many agencies that are involved. I don't want to talk about interagency coordination because I'll take half an hour just on that one alone. But it's critical, it's necessary, it's not been done well enough. We need to do a lot more. We can help, all of us in the room can help to make that happen. Let me just maybe finish on affordability, because someone asked the question, I think it was you as well, where does income come in? Income and affordability is critical to diets, to what people choose to spend their money on and consume. When I presented, I said Nigerians spend about 60% of our income on food, on buying food. Some of us over 90%. So when you're spending that much of your money, then you are very, very careful about what it is that you're actually able to afford and what you spend on. But sometimes that affordability or it's real in many cases. Sometimes it's perceived. Sometimes it's because people are not making choices because they don't have information. We did a project, and we're still running that project in Kaduna State, where we're looking at the system, what animal source food can we support the state system to provide to children under 5? We came up with eggs after looking at the number for affordability, for ease of access and so on. And then we found that only about 17% of people who could actually afford to feed their children eggs. And so you've got to ask yourselves the question, why? So the approach that we eventually had to take on this was to really go and copy what NASCO does, or Coca-Cola, and other people, and really think about how do we promote eggs as a commodity? How do we make this something that caregivers will really desire to feed to their children? So we took a really strong product marketing approach to this work in Kaduna State and built a whole marketing campaign around eggs, working with the state system, working with the Poultry Association, working with the school feeding program and so on. And that has given us an insight into how you can get across to people to make choices about their income, to purchase particular types of foods to diversify their diets. So there are a number of different options that we can look at. I know I don't want to hog up all of the time, but there's so many other, a couple of other questions I'll have loved to touch on, but I think I'll probably pass on to the moderator so I don't take over the conversation. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael, and other panelists. Yes, a round of applause, please, for our panelists on these questions. We are coming up to the hour. I think we'll take a second and final round of questions. We have time for 2 or 3 more questions. The gentleman in the back, his hand up was up already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. My name is James Ode. I work with CASHEW International, currently operating in Cross River States. We support young people in setting up businesses in agriculture and the natural resource sector. My interest in this panel discussion stems from the contributions made by Mrs. Aisha. And she spoke about market access. She also gave us an example of the dairy industry. First and foremost, I want to find out Beyond dairy products, are there other products that you explore and look at their value chains as well? What is your company doing in terms of helping these farmers to avoid post-harvest losses? I know that Dr. Joe just mentioned something close to that. I'm also aware that in some other climes, like in Canada, for instance, the governments play a role, especially in the dairy industry, to ensure that the market is regulated so that those who produce do not produce in excess. Are we in any way working with the government in Nigeria to ensure that such platforms are created so that we reduce the rate of post-harvest losses, and then our farmers also get benefits from their labor? That's the clarification I need to get from Mrs. Aisha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more questions before we wrap up? There is one more at the back and one here. So this will be, oh, 4. Okay, so one there, three and then 4.
Okay, sorry, just to interject, because of time, we're going to take the questions, but if we don't have time to address them all, then certainly we can address them privately. So we'll take a few more questions, but there is a workshop that's going to start soon, and we would like some people to visit the exhibition. So we'll ask the questions, but we may not be able to address them all. I can see there's a great deal of interest. Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, sorry, but just timekeeping.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Grace. I'm from One Farm Tech. So we work directly with rural farmers. And Mrs. Aisha mentioned something about the seeds for farmers to have access to them. And we've been struggling for the past 2 years to give them access to those seeds and at affordable prices as well. So the question is there a system somewhere that works for farmers to have seeds if they need them, and at what rate? Because we deal with rural farmers, so some of them don't have the amount of money to buy seed at high prices. Thank you.
There were 2 more here at the front.
Patrick Ijewere. Question regarding use of fertilizer, micronutrient deficiency in the foods today. We talk a lot about yield. Yield, yield, yield. Where is that yield coming from? It's coming from the soil. If the soil is not replenished adequately, you have the next season of poor yield again. How do we replenish the soil? We talk about fertilizer, which has only 3 ingredients, NPK. Whereas the soil needs about 59 different micronutrients, from the zinc to the chromium to the molybdenum and so many others. I was glad to hear the other panelists mention about natural fertilizer. On the clinical end, I'm a medical doctor, we see the disease which are linked to chronic micronutrient deficiencies. It all starts at the source, at the soil. What are we doing on a larger scale, beyond fertilizers, to truly do what? Reestablish fertility in the soils. Mind you, also, fertilizer causes loss of microorganisms in the soil who are responsible for soil fertility. So use of fertilizers versus use of more natural soil replenishing processes.
Thank you. Very good question. So we'll take our last question here.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dele Adeniyi. I work with Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, but my interest is in food safety. We have always heard about nutrition security, but very less people are talking about nutrition safety. Vis-a-vis a lot of agrochemicals being used. I've done a study in a number of the states in Nigeria, and I discovered that more than 75% of the active ingredients in the agrochemicals in open markets are either banned or not approved for use. And chief of these crops are mainly maize and beans, especially the use of insecticides and all of that. What are we doing about nutrition safety? And to the NASCO man, what is your traceability system like? How do you, your farmers, these aggregates, how do you trace? How do you know which one has these safety issues, which ones are not? Do you provide technical support for them, even in responsible pesticide use? We know that we may not be able to go away totally from agrochemicals, but how do we use them responsibly? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think, as earlier advertised by Mr. MC, we will not address all of these questions here, but I would really crave your indulgence to give the panelists 30 seconds each for any parting words, if they would like to quickly address any of these, and then we can wrap up. So we'll start again from our man from NASCO at that end, Mr. Stephen Adetolu, and then we'll work our way down. So a few closing remarks, 30 seconds each.
Okay. I just want to appreciate the organizers of this event for giving us the opportunity to be a part of this. And we look forward to better collaboration even in the future. Thank you.
I would just like to say once again, thank you. And for any system to work, most especially our agricultural system, the policymakers, business owners, smallholder farmers who produce about 80% of what Nigerians eat have to be present in the same room and agree on ways forward. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of my colleagues and thank the organizers for this event. And I'd like to say that we all have to partner together to cope with the changing climate. And agriculture is one sector that is mainly affected by climate change. Thank you.
Right, thanks. It's a shame that we don't have more time, but I think the key message is we are dealing with a very complex, complicated system. It needs multiple inputs from multiple channels, and the role of government, the private sector particularly, and consumers, and also those of us who facilitate those engagements are critical. And maybe just a last point from me, in response to my brother from CRIN, is to say food safety is another major frontier that we need to really begin to focus on. We've started doing some work on that, but the key message is food cannot be nutritious if it is not safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And let me thank you in the audience for the excellent questions and for your attention. We'll wrap up here. I think we have achieved our aim of addressing food and nutrition security. As always, with these types of panels with broad topics, we can only scratch the surface. So I encourage the more one-to-one discussions and continue discussion over the next couple of days. So in closing, a round of applause for our panelists. I'm delighted at the work you've done. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwam. I think you will all agree that that was a session that was very enriching, very knowledgeable, great in terms of its educational content. Unfortunately, we can't carry it on, even though this is a panel that could have gone on for another 3 hours. I'd like to thank all of the panelists, and I'd especially like the excellent moderator who was able to elicit really good questions and really good responses from the panel. So thank you very much indeed. I'm going to encourage you not to leave immediately. If you could just stand, because I'd like photographs taken. We'd like to capture what was a very, very good session and make sure that we have it on record. So you may want to just step off the stage and stand in a close cluster. And Katerina, if you wouldn't mind joining us, please. And if there are smiles behind the masks, we'll be frantically looking for them in your eyes, or you could just drop your mask briefly, only if you want to, and very briefly, of course. Did I see the smiles? Oh, yes, I see one or two. Yeah, excellent. Great. A round of applause again, please, for the panelists and for the well-moderated session. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of what's about to happen now, again, we're going to change it a little bit. And if you look at your programs, you'll find that there is a workshop by the Carib Health Group It's a breakout session, so it won't happen here. But to my left is Eileen, who you need to come and identify yourself to and follow to the breakout session for the workshop. So Eileen's going to give you a little wave so that you can see her. Please join her. For those of you who are not going to be involved in the workshop, you would have noticed that there are exhibition stands as you came through with some very, very, very interesting products. I would encourage you to go and engage with the exhibitors. If you can taste some of the food, then please feel free to. The idea is to give you a view of what is achievable in Nigeria. These are the pioneers. They've invested a lot in getting it done. So 2 things. If you're for the panel, for the breakout session, please follow Eileen or huddle around her. And those of you who are not attending the breakout session, go to the exhibition stand. Lunch will be in about 45 minutes. And it will be over here. So will it be over here? No, actually, I think I'll just check that. But yes, please. So anyone for the breakout session? Are you making your... Yes? Breakout session to my left where I'm pointing, and the exhibition is out over there. For those of you who don't know where the conveniences are, if you want to use the restrooms, you need to go out of here, literally walk along the back of this area here, and the toilets are there for the ladies and gents. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation this morning. We have an exciting afternoon after lunch, and then a really great closing towards the end of the day to summarize and capture what we've learned and heard today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So lunch is not now, it's in an hour in the restaurant, which is, again, out of here, left into the main complex, and then there's a restaurant to your left somewhere in that direction. But it'll be in an hour's time. So thank you for your participation. exhibition area, rather than go right into the car park, you take a left, you walk through the atrium all the way to the end, and the restaurant is on the left at the end. So please make your way over to lunch now, if you don't mind, and we are starting again at 1 o'clock promptly. Okay? Yes? Thank you. All right. So it's a short lunch, so the quicker we get there, the sooner we can be back to enjoy an afternoon that promises to be even more interesting than the very interesting morning that we've had. Thank you. And all the conversations you can have over lunch. So if you're busy talking to somebody, you can go to lunch together and break bread as you talk. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember to take your personal belongings with you when you go to lunch. So please don't leave any laptops or telephones on the tables. Komawa of Sky GIZ. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on any existing protocol. My name is Patricia Kormawa, as our distinct colleague just introduced, and I am the Senior Technical Advisor with GIZ Skills Development for Youth Employment, also known as SKY. So the first part of the day was very rich in knowledge, and I'm hoping to tie in everything that was said in the first part to my presentation that could lead into the afternoon activities. So here are just a few things for us to note about the importance of TVET for Nigeria. Of course, technical vocational education training is an education sector of its own. So as we all know, education is considered the key to sustainable development, and TVET is a driving force in achieving national development goals in Nigeria. In order for the education itself to be at a good level, we need to make sure that the quality of these educational programs are at par. They need to be improved and sustained if we want to see a viable employment force for the nation. TVET has just, the primary objective of TVET is to provide a platform for acquisition, not only for employable skills, but also for the world at work for the future. The objective for TVET in Nigeria are as follows. So apart from the technical colleges implementing what they need to do, we need to definitely conduct researches to understand the competencies that are needed within the federation. We do know that some of the things that are needed in skills and empowerment in one region will not be the same for the other. So within the TVET space, we would need to go out and do these researches to understand exactly what skills are needed in the various different sectors as well as different regions of the nation. We need to also kind of overcome the perception divided, which basically says that because some of us may have gone through a vocational education training, that it is not weighing the same as those that go into, let's say, a bachelor degree or a master's degree. We would need to stop that understanding because we realize that in order for a nation to develop outside for the office jobs, those that have gained a vocation, those that have gained a skill can contribute, and we should also recognize them for their efforts. We also need to acknowledge that the absence of properly trained TVET staffs in our region hinders the acceptance of vocational institution as well as those that go through the system. And this also basically, drives to the fact that we need to address the fact that budgets are not well assigned into the vocational education sector. More opportunities for TVET are as follows. So if we look at the out-of-school children, we do know that they're quite a large percentage of them that are out of school, but how do we get to them to make sure that they have some form of education and skills necessary for them to be viable member of the society? And we feel that if we partner with TVET institution, they can now close the gap that those that are out of school can still get educated by getting some form of skills within their neighborhoods that can make them employed as well as employable to inject some finances into the nation through what they are doing. Now, to bring everything together for the TVET sector, which is what we're here for, here are some of the potential of agriculture sector in Nigeria. We have high potential for employment in this sector, particularly in the processing and mechanization aspects. According to the World Bank, the majority of the people considered as poor, 85% of them live in rural areas. But then these rural areas can also benefit from some form of agricultural vocational training in their region, because we also know that that can increase productivity for the nation, where we do know that 80% of food crops come from small-scale farmer. Another potential is growing agri-food sector drives economic development in these rural areas. Now, we can't talk about the potential of agriculture without talking about some of the key challenges. And these are, of course, the migration and brain drain of our capable young people leaving their state, leaving their country, leaving the regions to go look for what we call greener pastures. And over the years, we've also realized that the agricultural sector is somewhat seen as an unattractive sector for our young people. We also know that within this sector, we have lack of skilled workers, be it because the brain drain, be it because they were not well taught when they were in school, they showed interest in, but needless. One, two. Okay, it's back. Needless to say, we also are aware that a lot of women in rural areas are less educated, but we don't want to use this as a challenge, but use that as an opportunity to see how we can educate these women into an agricultural TVET discipline that will empower them financially as well. Some of the challenges that we have faced in ATVET in Nigeria is that we don't have enough practical training. Now, this can be a cross-cutting sector from workplace training, internship, apprenticeship, or even school farms. We do know that within the TVET sector, we have insufficient cooperation between the private sector, because we do know that in order for our pupils, after they graduate from a TVET course, they need to be linked with private sector, because they're the ones that are highly employing the people that we're reaching out to, but also we feel that private sector need to work closely with the TVET institution to make sure that what the schools are training these young people are exactly what the private sector is needing at the end of the day. We also know that we have a limited scope of training. We neglect soft skills and entrepreneurial skills, which is something we would need to really buckle ourselves in and improve. We have a training that is too narrow. We would need to go out and make these researches to know exactly what is necessary to be trained to the pupils so that they can use these skills out in the world of works and also empower their community. Lastly, there's a lack of connection between the formal, non-formal, and informal education, and we need to really make sure that recognition of prior learning is brought together in this aspect. So when I came to the panel, I introduced myself as a technical colleague from the SKY project. And what we have done in the last 18 months is to institutionalize the ATVET sector into a more formal sector. Now, this is still an assessment, but what we have on the screen is showing you all some of the steps that we have taken to move from a quote-unquote non-formal agric into a formal agric training formality, so that it can be captured and adapted into our training institutions, so that the young people that go into these trainings can be proud of what they're doing in agriculture. So we have done the value chain and the value chain assessment, but this is only for 2 states, in Plateau and Ogun. But let us just imagine if we all do this in the federal nation of Nigeria, where each region tries to understand what exactly is their value chain that is good and best for them. What are some of the skills gaps that they have in their state that is linked to the value chain that they have in their state, and then we do a training provider assessment. These first 3, I think, is quite necessary and important, if we're going to continue in this way of TVET and of course making sure that young people are brought on board. We need to identify what crop can we work with. We need to identify the skills that are missing for us to train, and then we need to also assess the training providers that are able to step down these trainings that we're working on, and then in turn with our colleagues for the National Board for Technical Education is to now improve on the national occupational standards, and then from there on, define a training program through the use of manuals into TVET institutions that will be accredited. And next, please. So what did we do to make sure that we got, we followed the flow? We did a mapping of private sector, because I said earlier, we can't work with TVET without bringing in the private sector to lead us to what they need at the end of the day when they're looking for manpower, so to say, for their business. So here are some of the examples of what we did. So these are all just graphs from our report, and if anybody is interested in the body of work, please do come to me and we'll be able to share these findings to you. Like I said earlier, the report that we did, or the assessment that we did, focused only on 2 states, Ogun and Plateau, but you can see that from the geographics that cassava and maize farmer represented 31 and 23% of the samples that we took, and rice farming seems to be the most formal business on our list, with the record of youngest owner, which is below 41, because we wanted to see exactly what are the age brackets of people working in agric, and also what are the qualifications that they themselves either have or they need for their company to move. Next, please. So what we realized is that under farmers, we divided it into 2 groups. We have the women and our youth. And within the women, it shows that they need a lot of manual labor service, such as input suppliers and seed providers. And for the youths, some of the areas that they say that they needed people for work are those who can do machine services as well as input suppliers. We continue. After farmers, we went to the processors, and it's the same thing for Ogun and Plateau states. And for processors, we also saw that there was a high request for those who can do machine services as well as quality control services. After that, we would like to share with you some of the skills gap that we were able to analyze during our assessment. So these are the job opportunity in farming, processing, and service provision. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So here are just a few of the jobs that we found that were highly in demand. You have accountant, equipment technologists, machine operators, procurement officers, sales officers, secretary, storekeepers, supervisors, technicians, and tractor operators. So as you can already hear, these are all professions or even job opportunities within agriculture that can be gainfully trained if we are able to embed this into agricultural TVET or any other TVET institution. So the last slide is just to show you that out of the job opportunities, these are the ones that we found difficult to fill. These are the accountants, machine operators, quality control officers, sales officers, storekeepers, and tractor operators. So before ending is basically just to say that we need to move our mind and perception of what agriculture is and what technical vocation in agric looks like. We do know that within agric, a lot of us still have the notion that we need to have a hoe and a machete and be under the sun, you know, in the soil. That's just one aspect of agric. But when we're talking about embedding a skill within the agricultural sector, these are some of the things that the SKY project within the GIZ have found and is reporting. So we should, think outside of the box of what a TVET can be and now see what the private sector needs. And this is exactly what it is that they need. They also need accountants. They also need people that can operate machines, maintain them, quality control officer, and the likes. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
And with that, I would like to thank Patricia Kormawa for an excellently delivered presentation on a lot of very, very good work. Can I have another really warm and appreciative round of applause for Patricia? Thank you very much. That was really well done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we now move into a panel session. So I told you, and you should all have programs with you. Some people have just joined us. We've had an exciting morning of presentations and workshops and panel sessions, and it's going to carry on because the next session is going to be a panel session, which obviously allows us to have a bit more engagement on agriculture and vocational training. By the way, do we have anyone in the room from the Leventis Foundation? Oh, we do. Excellent. So I'd like to invite you up, please, to come and moderate the next session for us. Would you like to introduce the panelists, or would you like me to do that? I can go ahead. Just tell us your name, please, sir, so that we know who you are.
My name is Hope Usieta. I am the Executive Director of Leventis Foundation Nigeria. So Leventis Foundation is the foremost institute that is dedicated to training farmers in modern and sustainable ways of producing food. We've been doing this for the past 33 years in collaboration with state governments and the federal government. Our approach is to establish training centers. So far, we have 6 training centers across different states in Nigeria. We have in Abuja, we have in Kano, we have in Oshun, we have in Ondo, Kaduna, and in Gombe. So we admit farmers and youths each year. They will provide accommodation. They stay on campus for about 9 months, and they go through the different aspects of agriculture to include crop production, livestock production, farm machinery operation, and we go a step further to teach them enterprise development. So at the end of the program, the farmers themselves, they benefit from our microcredit facility. So I'll leave it at that. We'll have our expert desk tomorrow. Thank you.
Great. Okay, great. So now you know who the moderator is, and you know a little bit more about the Leventis Foundation, and you can see why they're here to moderate this session. So without further ado, I'm going to invite the panelists to come up and join us up on stage. Mr. Emagboran Oginga of Chi Farms Poultry School. Please come and join us. Are you here? Okay, maybe on the way. Mr. Owonumo Ogbe, Farmer Academy, will come up and join us. That's not much of a welcome. It's a bit of a lackluster. Thank you very much. And if we'll keep it at that tempo or higher, it would be good. Mr. Thomas Hirsch, PRWA. Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch, you're very popular. The applause was very loud. And last but not least, Mr. Ubong Inyang of Bubang Guna. Mr. Ubong Inyang. I mean, look at that stride. You've got to give him a better hand clap than that. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for joining us. So, we're missing one person, Mr. Emagboran Oginga, Chi Farms Poultry School. Are you here? Does anyone know, has he been seen this morning? Okay, so my assumption, because I was of the view that he was here,
is that he will at some point join us. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our great moderator from the Leventis Foundation to take us through this panel session. Over to you, Hope.
Thank you very much. The presenter has given us a very important background to what we'll be talking about in this panel. But before we go, I just want to state some of the facts. So we know that, that there's been gains made in reducing global food insecurity, for which we know that approximately 1 billion people still remain unfed, and about 2 billion still suffer from micronutrient deficiency. In some quarters, the question remains, how do we solve this problem of food insufficiency and achieve food security? We also know that we have challenges such as climate change, environmental degradation, as well as biodiversity loss that is associated with food production. So there are calls actually to also improve the food system of the world through interventions in the food system, particularly in regions like Africa and Asia. One of such interventions is to enhance the capacity of farmers to maximize production of a given productive enterprise. And to do this, agricultural training has been employed as one of such interventions. We already know that agriculture holds plays important role in the development of any community. It also holds the potential to contribute significantly to poverty reduction and food security, as smallholders are known to manage over 80% of the estimated 5 million farms across the world. So as with the previous panels, we aim to have an interactive session where we'll pose questions to my panelists, and I'm sure they'll do justice to the questions. And we'll have opportunity for the audience to also engage with us. So with my panelists, we'll attempt to unpack the nature of agriculture and vocational training in Nigeria and explore strategies for agricultural training for improved productivity and economic growth. So without much ado, I would want to start by asking each of our panelists to maybe attempt the questions. But before you do that, I'll encourage you to introduce yourself, what you do, and then go into the question. So we're here to discuss agricultural training, but it is perceived that agricultural skills have been passed down from generations from our forebearers. For instance, they did not require training schools to produce food in their time. So my question now is, why do you think we require specialized training in agriculture? So I'll start with Mr. Owuno.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Owuno Ogbe. I have a number of interests in agriculture, but what has me on the panel today is my company called the Farmer Academy. We are on a mission to unlock agricultural expertise that is inherent in companies that are practicing by turning this expertise into courses and then marketing and distributing these courses to the general public, right? So that's what I do. With regards to the question, things change. You know, there's a saying that change is the only constant thing in life. So things have changed a lot. Everything down to our culture, down to parenting, the climate is changing, technology is changing. So I think with these changes necessitates a change in how we approach agriculture as a whole. Agriculture is a pretty peculiar industry for a number of reasons. So carrying on to do things the way we were doing them is just not going to cut it. I think primarily there's a lot more people, a lot more mouths to feed across the globe. There's less land on which to farm to feed these mouths. There's less biodiversity. Again, the climate is changing. So all these changes mean that, you know, we need to adopt new methodologies in how we produce the food that we eat, right? And instead of, it doesn't make sense just doing these things in isolation and hoping that they pass along. A concerted effort towards disseminating some of these gains and innovations and so forth would be absolutely necessary if we are to feed ourselves as a world. So this is why I think that agricultural training in particular is necessary. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Thomas Hirsch. PRWA stands for Pacific Ring West Africa. We are a producer here in Ido, industrial estate of Abuja. We are producing cassava chips, sweet potato chips, and we are now going to diversify also into animal feed. Actually, we are a startup with 3-4 years experience here in Nigeria. When we started, we signed a collaboration with the GIZ, and based on a PPP, a private partnership development program, we got an expert here to Nigeria. And the last 2 years, we trained around 1,500 farmers in Nasarawa State in good agricultural practice and FBS. It's the financial business school. Because, of course, with the cassava, we know it's a seasonal crop. We wanted to increase yield. We want to introduce new practice. But very soon we learned that there is a period where the normal farmer doesn't want to harvest the cassava. Reason, very simple, because he needs the stems, which are his seedlings. And during the dry season, he cannot replant, so his seed material is of no use. So we then started to think about a backward integration, got a certain patch of land here in the FCT, 20 hectares. We have another patch of 70 hectares in Nasarawa State, and we talked with communities, we talked with the landowners, the emirs, the chiefs, and we found out that the traditional way, which has been done here maybe 50, 100 years ago, is where we can learn. And what we learned is we all have to come back to a certain biodiversity, and that's why, thank you, you said that. I think that's the most important, because what happens here, the soil nutrients are going away. Using more fertilizer, you are depleting the soil. Having no animals on the farm, if it is cows or whatever, small animals, are super counterproductive. So if you go out to the farms where we have our patches, even now, you find a green heaven, because we are, we have around 45 different trees at our farm. We have around 30 or 40 different cash crops, and we intercrop cassava because that's our main proceed where we are acting as an off-taker. So to cut it short, education, I think, is very...
Smallholder farmers across 15 states in Nigeria. Last year, we supported roughly over 85,000 farmers in producing maize and rice. The subject of the conference here today is something that holds very true to us as an organization, because based on our own experience working with smallholders over the years, we've seen the importance of training and upskilling smallholder farmers. I mean, there's so many examples that I could cite. You would readily go into a community and you see a bunch of farmers there that opt to work with us, and they will tell you that historically on this one parcel of land that they've owned for so many years, they've probably been only able to get maybe 10 bags of maize out of the farm at the end of the season. And through the trainings that we're able to provide to them, the inputs we're able to provide to them, the techniques that we teach them, we see these farmers increasing their productivity 2x, 3x. Currently, on the average Babanguna farmer produces at least 2x the national average. And a lot of this is tied to the new things that these farmers have been able to learn and introduce in their farming practices, and also the availability of high quality inputs that we provide to them. And so to the question whether it is necessary to develop skills in agriculture, I think it's essential. Particularly when you look at some of the things that the other speakers have already mentioned, particularly around climate change. I think when Patricia was talking, she did mention a changing climatic condition around rainfall patterns and things like that. And you find out that very little things that you can teach a farmer to do, such as planting cover crops, like he did mention, and things like that, go a long way in improving productivity of smallholder farmers. So I think the answer to that question is yes, it is important. Yes, it is essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses to that question. If we notice, they've tried to answer the need for training in agriculture is clearly linked to changes. These changes we can see in the diet, in the environment, in population, and also we also saw the need to also showcase agriculture as an income earning venture, as an agribusiness. Hence, they need to develop skills to sort of improve productivity. So my next question is on how do conventional schools, universities prepare maybe agri graduates for positions in the agri sector, and what role does your business, since you're into vocational training in agriculture, contribute to that?
Thank you. I would say the primary thing that universities need to do for their agricultural students is a little bit more time practically doing what they're learning. I think that overall our education system it leans a little bit too heavy on the theory. yeah, like everything we teach, you know. Patricia mentioned some of the skill sets that are missing in agriculture, and accounting, for one example, is such an area where it's so hard to get a good accountant who has understanding and experience with agriculture. So ultimately, I would really just say more of practicals. I think there are currently programs like in my farm, we taking people every year. I think it's called CEWES also from the universities, which it's fine, it works. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know that they spend enough time, that these things are long enough for the impact to be made in the people who are going to work in real industries. At the end of the day, agriculture, unlike many other industries, is extremely practical. Like, it's not something that can be done from an office. You know, hands need to get dirty, things need to go in the soil or in the water. Like, it's fully hands-on. So I think that universities need to spend more time on these programs. Perhaps more collaborations with existing farms who are doing things well and doing things properly would also be a great idea for, you know, universities. But yeah, those are my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
From our experience, I can just say, yes, school is good, university is good, but the people we are involved with, and we have a very open employment policy. Everybody can prove himself, and we have unbelievable examples in our company where people overperform, hardly having any education, but in their position. I believe agriculture somehow is a calling. I meet a lot of Westerners, Europeans, Swiss guys, Dutchies, and highly educated lawyers, doctors, and they went into agriculture as a calling because they say, yes, there are 1001 problems, we want to make the difference. So school practice, I think it's very, very important, but it's also for us from the private industry to challenge and to give opportunities. So if somebody come and can grow within a company, I believe he can be an accountant and he can have worked for car manufacturer. He has the basic knowledge, and if we challenge him and give him a platform to perform, I think, and he can develop a love for agriculture, because it's, like you already said, it's hands-on, it's very diverse and very challenging. So it's fun, actually. People can have a lot of fun working with crops and development in the agriculture sector.
Yeah, this works. Okay. So yes, I think I will just I echo the sentiments of the 2 previous speakers. I think Thomas and oh no. So I mean, like, from what we've seen in our own experience is that when we have new people join the organization, particularly those that have had some form of formal training, you know, in a university or something, you find out that those that probably had that experience in more practical terms are able to apply themselves more when they work with our farmers, because they tend to have a better knowledge gained by experience, you know, even if it's working on a small pilot field or something, as opposed to knowledge that is purely theoretical. And so, to the question, it is important that at every point in time, you know, vocational training facilities and especially universities adopt a more hands-on approach for their graduate programs, as the case may be. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all your responses. So clearly, we've seen the importance of practical training in agriculture, since most universities don't really spend time on that from the experiences we've had with fresh graduates from the universities. So centers like that of Owuno would definitely come in to play that role. So I also want to act as practitioners in agricultural training. We'll be interested to know some of the challenges you face in this space, and what gaps are there to be filled, if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not a big fan of talking about challenges and problems. I think that anything you set out to do in this life, you will have, challenges. So we view our challenges as typical business challenges. I mean, if we were to start up a bakery tomorrow, then the same challenges. You got to get raw material, you have to get sales and marketing, you have to have people inspire them, motivate them. So I would say, our challenges are just typical business challenges. We have to get the right expertise, we have to find students, we have to get people to pay. I think, well, with regards to that, in terms of payments, that may be a bit of a challenge. The type of money that I feel we should be charging to give quality education and the time that we think it should take, a lot of, based on the economic situation in the country, we don't have a lot of individuals that can necessarily afford it, right? So that's one thing. Aside from just regular business challenges, yeah, I don't think we need to make our challenges special from anywhere else. Of course, like anything else, we can do with more support. We do feel like our work is a little bit, as much as it is for profit, but, like Thomas said, there's a calling to agriculture, right? And so when you're in it, and it's food, like we all need food to survive. So as much as it's a commercial industry, there's a little bit more of a social, side to it. So while we feel like, we're that type of industry, of course, any kind of support that we can get for, the nobility of the work we're doing will count. And then I guess finally, just before I pass the microphone, please, do we have any farmers in the house or anyone who has invested money in agriculture? Can you just get a show of hands? Okay, I beg, please, let's have a round of applause for these people. Please, please. Agriculture is it's very tricky in Nigeria. I'm sure everybody here has lost some good money, or everybody who's in agriculture has lost some good money trying to do what they're doing. So we really do need encouragement and support to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we need support. For us, actually, we are in agriculture, but we just start. So we are a manufacturer. We manufacture snack food and things like that. So for us, it was actually, it is pretty easy because you have to follow a certain path and you have to have a plan where you want to go. And as you rightly say, agriculture is not cheap. It's very expensive. And not only the agriculture, because also if you look about or you talk about the logistic cost, where a lot of farmers have problem to bring their proceeds to the market. And we know since last year, prices has doubled. Prices for gas, if you have to some machines, has quadrupled. Firewood is scarce. So there's a lot of cost has risen over the years, but for us as a manufacturer, we at the very first beginning said, what do we want to do if we come to Africa, if we come to Nigeria? We have to add value. We have to add value because if we are able to export our product, and we are maybe not able to have big volumes, but we could enter a niche market. And how can we enter a niche market? And this is only by value adding. So at the very first beginning, we started with certain certifications to meet also the requirements of the American and the European market. And now it comes back to education, because if you say, well, I want to go and make some ISO 2200 certification for my factory, which is necessary to export to Europe, you have a plan. And every station, it starts with receiving the crop, with cleaning the crop and peeling the crop, etc., until to your finished product, putting it into the container, there is a yes and no answer. So what are you doing if? How do you doing that you meet this requirement? And you have to involve your team, because you as the owner or as the manager, you're not at the floor, you are not at the fryer, you're not at the packaging machine. It's the team which is standing there, and they have to know what to do to meet these requirements. And in the end, also get the certification, pass the certification, which is expensive, and it just takes some time. So this education of your team, the same is on the farm. It's very important. So, and I think this is money well spent. So the private industry has to come up and say, yes, we want to do this, but how can we produce in a country where we already know 80% of the population has a very low purchasing power? You cannot produce a high quality product and sell it for 7,000 naira, because nobody will buy it. But maybe in Europe, it's 10 euros and everybody can afford it. So everybody, and that's why I like this forum so much, have to come together, because there is a lot of synergies where we can exchange and go and say, I want the training. And maybe there are some companies and say, well, let me invest in it, because I think that's the investment of the future. So I think this forum is very good.
So on the question of challenges in administering vocational training, I would speak more from our experience because we work directly with smallholder farmers. And over the years, looking at how we've grown, I'd say that it does require time, it does require patience and consistency. Time in the sense that you're already starting from a very low bar. When you consider the majority of smallholder farmers in Nigeria, a lot of them don't have like any formal education, and so that means communication is something you have to take into consideration. Secondly, you look at these are people that are, for generations, they've carried on certain practices the way it's been handed down to them. Consistency and trust building to begin to convince these people to adopt new practices. And it is when they see those results, then they can now always say, okay, I'm going to keep listening to this person talking to me because he apparently knows what he's talking about. There's also the need to invest, in developing easy to understand training materials. And so, like in our case, we know that we have some farmers that can read in the local languages and some farmers that can't read or write, right? In those cases, we now have to create innovative materials, pictorials that can show the process and explain it, really break it down in very basic forms for the farmers to assimilate. Also think about how we can communicate to these farmers, because they don't, rarely would you be able to gather a large number of farmers together to say, hey, you know what, I want to train you on something, or I want you to leave your farm for 9 months and come to a facility to come and learn. It's not practical for these guys. Who's going to man their farms? Who's going to go to the market to sell their produce, right? So these things are practical examples of what typically happens particularly in the areas in which we currently work. And so what we find is having a light touch by, having well-trained extension officers who are well-skilled. They can sit in formal trainings over and over again, and then they go to work with the smallholder farmers over a period of time. And interestingly, we note that for farmers that stay within our program for up to 2-3 years, they are better equipped to even recruit and train other farmers. And so that way we see, through consistency, we see a ripple effect of that. So I think for us, that's pretty much been, I'd say, where we've had constraints in the past. But, like Omo said, you just have to keep pushing on. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll open up for questions from the audience. But just before that, we've heard from our panelists that agriculture is an expensive enterprise, even for the training aspect itself. So the need to have investors to support even startups in the area of training. Even for us at Leventis Foundation, where the training we offer to farmers is free of charge for a duration of 9 months. It's paid for by the state government that we partner with, and we get support from the Leventis business itself. So it's not free, it's expensive, I know that. So yes, somebody have a hand behind. So we have 4 questions. So if we start from the first man to raise his hand, right behind. So you just tell us your name and go ahead and ask your questions.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Heriju Gadzama. I am the National TVET expert for GFA Consulting Group. I'm based in Jos. I have 2 questions. The first is, how do you see the role of the private sector in the development of occupational standards and curricula? And secondly, how do you think the industry can contribute to vocational training?
We'll take all the questions, then we'll respond.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
My name is Uzo Amaka. I'm the country director at Precision Agriculture for Development. My question is directed to Babagona. How do you decide your partners to work with? Because we've been talking to you for over 14 months now, and we like the work you do, and we'd like to work with you, but it's just not happening. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Meko Bona is my name, Chief Operating Officer, Barra Group. As I said earlier, we're involved in commercial agriculture, agri-equipment hire, and agri-vocational training. I had expected to hear the peculiar trainings you offer because many people sitting here may be interested in taking advantage of the trainings. I want to know the specific trainings you offer. 2, how do you determine the entry qualifications into your training? Because as people who are also involved in agric and vocational training, we had a problem at the beginning when we didn't know how to marry graduates and non-graduates in the same training, okay? Even though the emphasis was on hands-on experience in agriculture, but then there was also a bit of classroom work, and we struggled with this. So how have you dealt with things like that? Thank you. I also would like to make some comments, if I will have the opportunity, on some of the challenges and things we have noticed in the course of our own trainings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So let's take these questions, then we'll come back to the audience. So I would let Baba Guna go first. Yeah, particularly with the question directed at Baba Guna.
Could you just repeat the question?
So she's asking about partnerships with Baba Guna. She's been going at Baba Guna for 14 months.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Can I answer that question in camera?
Okay, good. So you get more time with Baba Guna. That's good. So yeah, so the other question from the first person is how can industry contribute to agric training? So.
Like I said, there's many ways, and I think I can answer this question. I can also include the question from this gentleman over there. What are we doing in particular, practically? So, like I said at the beginning, we have involved, we signed a contract with the GIZ on this private partner development, and that's a 1.2 million euro contract where our company has contributed 50% of the money. Now, we have trained 1,500 farmers. How did we select them? Well, using the cassava, and we look at the radius of around 4 hours around our factory, because what we harvest yesterday night, we want to produce the next day in the morning. So it's always fresh. So then we go out and we say, where are we? We are in Nasarawa state, and then we go to 18 different local governments. It's a Wamba district or in Lafia, and there we have 45 trainers. We printed over, I think, 6,000 books with same thing what you have done. Thank you. We on a basic with a lot of illustrations, a lot of pictures, and then we started the training in groups of 30 farmers. Now, the qualification for our training was you have to be a farmer, and you have to have interest in farming cassava, because this is what we need. That was the whole qualification we were looking into it, because the next thing is now we wanted to have some sidings where we have one loading point where everybody knows all the farmers are small scale. So you have an acre, you have 6 acres, you have 1 hectare, you have some certain crop rotation. So how much cassava can you produce? Is it like 10 tons, 15 tons? So we combine it, and then we look at certain areas to offtake. And this was, I think, a lot of industries are doing the same, if it is the flour mills or other ones. But I think this is from the industry a direct impact, because what we have seen now, we have over, I think, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 farmers who want to join a new program with us in the area. Coming again to the second question about certification and vocal training, I think this is a given point because, like I say, if you want to go out and you want to say, well, I want to produce organic, I think that's fine and dandy, but you go to Germany, to one of the major supermarkets, and you don't have the certification, nobody is listening to you because it's a different world outside there. It's a capitalistic world. So you have your certification, and then you go out and you make organic farming. Then you understand what it really needs. It's not like I'm organic because I think I'm organic or somebody says I'm organic. No, you have to bring third parties into the country. You have to pay for it. It's a very expensive venture going into this, all these certification issues. And it needs a lot of stakeholders to be involved. Thank you. I hope it answers the question. I think so.
You want to speak more about what you do?
Okay, so in response to the question about the type of training, so what we are doing at the Farmer Academy is we are creating and aggregating and distributing and selling training programs. Now, how we come about these training programs, we identify businesses that are already operating within these fields and have been operating for a while. So, they've gone through a lot of challenges, problems, etc., and they're able to, be successful as a business. We understand that in doing that, there's a lot of inherent skills that are developed, a lot of inherent expertise. Agriculture is one thing where obviously there's always the technical side, but then there's all the other business sides, and then there's the Nigerian factor side, right? And very often, you would have people that are strong in the technical and the business side, but that Nigerian factor side can be missing. So we look for businesses that have been operating within this environment and have the expertise all around. And then we help them take this knowledge and design it into courses and training programs, which we then put on our platform. And then we help them sell the courses, and we take a little bit of commission for those sales. So currently, we have courses in broiler production. We have courses in catfish production and in catfish processing. As we speak, we are working with a couple of companies. We're working on a tractor operator program. We're working on an organic vegetable production program. We're working on a conventional vegetable production program as well. Yeah. So our business is to find the companies that are doing the stuff and doing it well, take their knowledge, make it into a course, help them sell that course, and just let people learn better and things improve. And then to your other question about how we teach, right, in the group. So we generally, or the nature of farmers that we get to train often come from geographic areas, right? So, we would have anywhere from 20 to, 100 people come to train. Sorry, just to provide a little bit of clarity. So we actually have a center which we've leased in Kuje, Abuja. So our trainings would always happen where the farms or the farm businesses are based. But for farm businesses that are based in, inaccessible places, we have a training center, which is also my farm, in Kuje in Abuja, so they can offer the programs there. So for everybody that we bring to our own training center, we generally divide them into two. There's the literates and then the, illiterates. Now, our own trainings are all based on modules, right? There's a ton of modules. So some modules don't necessarily require that much level of literacy to understand. But they're also business modules, like you said. Some of the trainings happen in classrooms. So we generally tend to divide them into two groups. The literates we treat as normal. The illiterates, we group them together, and then we assign illiterates to sort of head the group. I mean, we can't teach, basic arithmetic. We can't teach reading and writing. Like, we're just not equipped to do that. So as opposed to trying to, force that down, we pair them with somebody from the literate group who has enough of an understanding to help them manage as much as they can. The idea is also that when they go back, again, in terms of this group or this cluster, like, they have access to this person because they're often from similar communities, yeah. So they can get some support to a degree with that stuff. But you are right, it is actually a valid challenge that we face. And I mean, it's one that we hope, we can find more innovative ways to overcome as time goes by. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that robust response. I don't know if Babangona wants to speak more about what sort of training you offer.
Right. Thank you very much. So in terms of our training programs for smallholder farmers, it does cut across a number of things. So agronomy, finance, business ethics, and communications. Like our training programs for our farmers are designed to not just improve that farmer's productivity, but also elevate that farmer from a subsistence mindset to more of a commercial mindset. So, I mean, it's something very interesting I discovered that irrespective of literacy levels, everyone still knows how to count money, so whether the guy went to school or not, he knows 10 bags is X amount and this is how much I'm going to get. So you find out that at the end of the day, you're still able to communicate once you're able to understand what he's able to take in. You can still teach him some of these basic things to say, you know what, if you do this next time, maybe you lease another field, and instead of getting only 30 bags, you can now get 60 bags. And then, just some like basic mathematics and things like that. And it's really been helpful because we have a lot of, should I use the word, testimonies from farmers within the groups. So those are the key areas we tend to focus on: agronomy, financial literacy at a very basic level, and then business ethics and some other soft courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a round of applause for. So I'll come to you. Let me just add to the entry qualifications. So at Leventis Foundation, what we do is we advertise for our trainings in national dailies, so everyone can apply. But our minimum qualification is that you demonstrate the ability to read and write, for which we would expect you to show a minimum of junior secondary certificate. And you have to be physically fit and show enthusiasm for agriculture. So increasingly, we've been having that challenge of not just farmers applying, we have graduates that want to come on the program. So there's that challenge of having people from different levels of literacy. We've tried to manage that by having separate orientations for these different class of trainees. Thank you. So let's take a few more questions.
All right, thank you. My name is Taibat Zain. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor on the Partnership for Advancing Women in Economic Development project. And I think the first thing I'll say is that you guys are doing amazing in closing the skill gap that is recognized in the agricultural sector. So my question is, what are the gender responsive approach you guys are taking in your training to ensure that more women farmers take up those training opportunities to advance economically? Because it is common knowledge that women hardly take up opportunities, and they make up a larger percentage of the agricultural workforce. So I would like to know what approach or method you guys are taking to ensure that you have more women farmers take up this amazing training opportunity that you offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that important question. So, okay, Babangona.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important question, and it's a project. And training women, and getting more women involved in agriculture, particularly in rural areas, is something that is very dear to us at Babangona. We do have another program that, apart from our agricultural focus program, we do have what we call the Women Empowerment Development Initiative, WEDI, where we try to train women on how to start a business and run a business, really. And last year we didn't, but the year before we did provide some loan capital to these women to start businesses. And so, to your question about having a gender focus on how you do this, it's really important that for anyone seeking to work with, at least in this particular demography, looking at rural areas in the north and parts of southern Nigeria, you need to appreciate the cultural sensitivities in these areas, right? And what we found initially was that when we just tried to recruit women into the program directly, that didn't work, right? You'll find out that even if they had male counterparts that were already in the program, they would not still consent, to their wives or their wards participating. So what we did was to begin to involve the men, as quote and unquote, I think at all levels, right? Whether it's at the village head level or the community leader level or just at the family level, have an engagement with them, sort of like a sensitization process. And these things do take time, to say that, well, yes, it's your ward, it's your wife, you already are in the program, so it's okay to allow her be in the program under you, okay? In some communities, you didn't really need to do that, particularly around Plateau State and parts of Kaduna. In some communities, that was the approach. And then what we found was that as some male farmers allowed their spouses get admitted into the program, it became more acceptable within those communities in subsequent seasons. All right, so, and then what we saw eventually was that, particularly like last year, we did have a really high growth in terms of the number of women that signed up for the program and were admitted. And so that has been our approach. And I think that anyone who is keen on trying to improve the representation of women in some of these vocational programs, you always need to take into consideration those cultural sensitivities and those barriers that exist. And you really can't work around them. I would say you have to work with them to get the outcomes that you want to see. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes. So we, to be honest, we don't have any particular provisions for women currently. And that may owe to how we get most of our students. Like, we work with a lot of organizations and state governments and so forth. But going to your question, I think in response, we can almost immediately start to look at that. I think for the programs that we do directly on our own farm, I think, and my finance guys will probably kill me for this, but I think we can offer discounts immediately for women in perpetuity. And I think that we can also push our partner farms and partner businesses to offer similar discounts. While that doesn't solve everything, but we think it's a step in the right direction. So even if we're accommodating for the gender pay gaps and so forth, but yeah, I think that's something that we would incorporate immediately. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very vital question. I could contribute by saying that for us, when we put out our advert for trainees to apply, following the screening exercise, we want to ensure that it's 50-50 in the admissions. But sometimes we don't even have that many women even making it up to that stage. So it is the case that any woman that crosses the screening gets admitted. So that's one thing we do. So we also tend towards employing female trainees and trainers. So they in themselves also encourage more women to come on the program. Thank you for that important question. So as we're gearing towards the end of this session, maybe I'll just ask for any concluding thoughts from our panelists.
Nothing in particular. Thanks everyone for listening to us today. We shall continue to do what we're doing. We encourage everyone again here who's in agriculture to continue doing what you're doing and trying and pushing. I think overall, agricultural and vocational training are very key for the development of Nigeria. I think as a nation, we have this thing where, we value graduates more than university graduates more than other levels of education in the workforce. And I think that's, it feels really off to me, like looking at our population numbers and the level of education and the quality of education that we give, it doesn't make sense. We need much more vocational training. People don't have to go to universities to earn a living. You should be able to go to a vocational school and learn to be a plumber, a carpenter, electrician, whatever, and earn a living, right? I mean, we have staff sometimes that leave the job to go to university, and the conversation I always have with them is, at the end of university, what are you going to do? And they say apply for a job. I'm like, yeah, but you kind of already have a job, so is it so necessary? So I think as a nation, we need to rethink that. All of us here, whatever roles we can play in that movement and that shift, I think will go a long way. And thank you and good luck, everyone.
Yeah, also thank you very much, everybody. And I think for us to take the best out of this whole session is, I want to introduce my colleague here with the camera, Stefan Brassel from Germany. He's the agricultural expert assigned from the GIZ to our company. And actually, we want to engage with everyone. Somebody has a question about development, about agriculture, the little we know, and our agroforestry program we are just implementing. Welcome and meet Stefan. He's a real expert. And meet me, exchange your number, and we take it from there. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Yes, so I mean, it's a privilege to be here with everyone in this hall. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Really don't have anything to add beyond the fact that I do believe that when we consider the level of youth unemployment in Nigeria today, there are a lot of opportunities for labor-intensive production activities, and upskilling people with basic skills to be more productive individuals is essential to our survival as a nation. And so what we're doing and talking about here today is very important. So thank you everyone for your interest.
Okay. So I want to thank my panelists for bringing so much insight. Yes, so thank you panelists for the insight you've brought into this discussion, and our participants for the very important contributions you've made. So we've been able to unpack the importance of the agri training and the role it will play in the much needed productivity in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank our panel, our moderator, Dr. Hope Nsieta, for doing a really, really good job. He's from the Leventis Foundation. Please, let's hear it for him. Thank you very much. And also to the panelists who I thought were excellent. Can I just have a show of hands, another show of hands? If you found this panel to be exciting and exhilarating and informative, just show me with a wave. Okay, only that table didn't find it interesting. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. All right, well, look, thank you very much indeed to these guys. They've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much indeed. One more thing I will just ask you for is we'd like to take some photographs just to, record the moment, if you like. So if you just stand up in a huddle, and Katerina, I think, will also join this photograph session, and then the photographers can please take photographs. I don't see any smiles from the stage at the moment. I don't know if that's a reflection of quick sprint. Okay. And another round of applause for looking so good. Look at these guys. They look so fit and well nutritioned. Is that correct English? I don't know. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Cheers. Okay, so the show goes on, and it is a show, and it's a show to help educate us on the way in which vocational training and education can impact outcomes. I'm going to invite a medical doctor up to come and say a few words about the next session, but he will confirm that in the business of medicine, they have a sort of slogan that they use that says, see one, do one, teach one. So you see, and then you try, and then you teach. And that's really what vocational training is all about. And one of the panelists talked about the ability for some of the people they've trained to go out and show other people how to do it. So they're now at the stage where they're teaching. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a workshop coming up now, and I'd like from the Carib group to invite up Dr. Ijewere to come and tell us a little bit about the previous workshop and then what the one that's about to start is all about. Dr. Ijewere, over to you.
Good afternoon. You all have been sitting for quite a couple hours. How about we all stand up for a moment? Don't give a doctor a microphone. You're in trouble today. All right. Just stretch a little bit. Just stretch. Just stretch. Just stretch. Just stretch. Tippy toes. Go up. All the way. Go up. Tippy toes. Go up, up, up. Yeah, yes, 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 yes. All right. Come on down. Come on down and touch your toes. Touch your toes. Touch your toes. Come back up. Awesome. Awesome. Let's do this quick test. Just stand straight and look to the head all the way up to the ceiling. Look straight up to the ceiling. All the way up there, right? Are we good? Now, bend the neck, only the neck. Just bring the eyes straight down, eyes only, to the front of you, straight down, to look at the floor, look at the floor. Good. Can you see your feet? Can you see your feet? If you can't see your feet, something is blocking the view. No, I didn't get that. If you can't see your feet, your stomach is blocking the view. You have small feet. All right, a quick another one. Let's get this right hand. Stretch to your back. Let it touch all the way down here. Are we good? Now take the left hand and connect. You can do it. Who's all, okay, most people are like, not bad. Guys, your flexibility is tied to quality in your longevity. How flexible you are is tied to the quality of life as you get older. All right, please sit down. This morning's session wasn't about exercise or fitness. It was about health and nutrition and tying the two together. Today we define health as well-being, physical, mental, social well-being. That's the WHO definition since 1948. So listen, expand it to wellness, which is really our starting point. The body thrives in wellness. And we tied it to nutrition, what you eat and what you don't eat. Everything starts with the soil. The soil health is the plant health. The plant health is the health of those who consume the food. And that shows up both in your mental health, how you treat your colleagues in the office, if you're acidic or if you're alkaline. It ties into if you're prone to chronic diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart attack, strokes, and things like that. So everything we're doing here about nutrition starts with soil, that seed, the food, how it affects our body, and who we are in society and our well-being. This went beyond that briefly, and we talked about lifestyle also. Sleep is important. This afternoon sessions, we're looking at quality and standards in the agric arena. And I have my colleague here who is an organic farmer and also plenty others. Adams.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Saeed Adams. I am a farmer, as you rightly said, a trainer as well, an agribusiness consultant. This afternoon session, we'll be talking about quality and standards. We've been talking about nutrients, we've been talking about safe foods. How do you put a measure to what safe food is? What are the standards that are required, and also the framework that actually allows you to understand the implementation of those standards. So this afternoon, we have about 30 to 45 minutes to discuss about quality and standards, and possibly, if time permits us, also try to judge you on how to move things forward. The takeaway from this conference should always be, okay, yes, you should have a mindset change. Okay, how am I going to do things differently as a customer, as a policymaker, as a farmer? So I'm hoping to see you in the next couple of minutes. Join us at the session on quality and standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. Okay, so if you're going to be joining that workshop, which I highly recommend, if you just make a beeline towards Mr. Adams and Dr. Ijewere. It's a 30-minute session, so we're going to be back in here by 3:20, I believe. So I'd encourage you to go and join the session. Highly beneficial. Are we moving towards the workshop session? Any takers? Thank you. I see a few. Dr. Ijewere, if you just wait a few seconds, I think there are a few people just wanting to pack up and join you. Great. Thank you. Mr. Saeed Adams. I must join the session myself. Thank you. So I just had someone whisper in my ear that who was in the previous workshop, who says that given these experience in the previous workshop, this is highly recommended. So if you can join, please join. There's enough room. And if there isn't, we'll take on the room adjacent to that one. Okay, great. For those of you who have chosen not to join the session, of course, the exhibitors are still there. If you haven't had a chance to engage with them, now is the opportunity, now is the moment. And we'll be back in here for a presentation.
finish 15. That's smooth. Very nice, that's smooth.
That's good. When I see.
Clearly, you still can't hear me, right?
Now I hear you.
Can you hear me with the... Are you sure I'm supposed to mute my mic? Can you say hello, hello again?
Hello, hello. Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Yes, here we go. Give me some bass. Give me some drums. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2. 1, 2.
As you see now, you can't change lens. You can't change lens where you go zoom in well. More than once. Pass like. No, you want me to stand? Go on, stand. Just stand for the frame. But like just with this now you talk yes sir. So you got it from now.
You say? Now let me there now. Open up for us. Now let me there now.
I mean, during the because she like say she doesn't break up from her boyfriend. She vex you. She knows man. But a different from different places. No, they don't pay for everything now. The whole thing. Nothing. This is not use my spot. Huh? Ah, you know that one a question and answer. I get I protest you. No, you are so you can't keep on. Go sleep. Always that. You know that. There's recording. Now so it will be. It will be online. First will be that organic production. The production. And within us we will see it. Us now we will see his face for that big organic production. Then the guy will be up there. Then yeah. Back to London. This one. Big miracle. Because not to the sound. But the guy don't come around inside. No, like this spraying. Hey. Thank you. About full.
No, I'm just telling you because nothing for myself.
So
Two, 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 two.
Hear from you now.
Two. Mic check on two. Can you hear me now, speaker? Two. Mic check on two. Can you hear me now, speaker? Sir, can you hear me? 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 Mic check. Can you hear me, sir?
I hear you, yes.
Can you say something?
But
Can you
maybe
please say something?
take the microphone a bit away from your mouth because it's too noisy.
I'm sorry about that.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, my gain structure was too high. I hope you're not getting the echo on your sound.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay. So I can hear you perfectly well. So you talk to her, so get the audio check complete.
So what should he say now? Say hello again.
Hello.
Mic check 1 2
How is the day? How are the people? Is the sun shining in Abuja today?
So it's shining very well. So hot and dry.
And who am I going to talk to actually? Tell me, who is there? What do these people do?
A couple of people actually. We've got a full house. A lot of people from the private sector. I can't say what companies really because I wasn't checking.
Take the microphone higher, please, because I'm losing
Okay.
volume. Yes.
Is it better?
Better. Yes. If you drop it, then the volume drops as well.
Okay, fantastic. Because this means that when people
It's
ask
me doing the
questions,
sound check with you instead of the other way around.
I guess you have more experience in sound checking.
I'm a musician, so yes.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. A musician that is
Guess what?
Guess what? Okay. What?
African percussion.
African what?
Percussion.
Percussion.
Drums.
Oh. Have you been to Nigeria before?
I've been to Cameroon, to South Africa, to Senegal, to the Gambia.
You should come here next.
Nigeria. I was in Nigeria, but only for escale, for the airplane to go down
Okay.
from Cameroon to Dakar.
Yeah.
Spend the night in the airport.
That must have been interesting.
Your men are really huge. They questioned me because they thought, what is this poor white man doing in Nigeria without a visa? I said, well, yeah, I'm on my way to my baby in Dakar.
Yeah. Okay. I guess it's not often we see poor white men in Nigeria. Of course, you're not poor, but I'm just saying they were a bit surprised. Like, why would he sleep at the airport? Oh,
Yeah.
go off YouTube. Okay. The sound is great now, so I will turn off my mic, be on mute until we're ready to start, and then I'll let you know.
All right, Yolanda. So I'm going to say stay put like this and wait for you to call me and then I kick off.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and sincere apologies for the delay.
No problem.
Connection is really working too.
and snacks and bring them back into the room. Thank you. Import into Europe or to export from Nigeria. Very commercial. Presentation 4, which will start when we have those currently at the coffee station back in the room, is titled EU Organic Import Regulations. It's going to be a virtual presentation. It will be interactive, and I will give the opportunity for people to ask questions immediately after. Oh, no. Okay, we'll move on. All right, okay. So yeah, so the presentation will be non-interactive, but the speaker will be joining the panel that takes place, panel 3. So there will be opportunities to ask questions of the speaker when panel 3 commences. Okay. So if we could get people back into the room, that would be great. If you've got your coffee, your tea, your snacks, please come back into the room with it. I don't know if they can hear me outside, but if anyone is going outside and can encourage a colleague or a friend to come back in as soon as they've got their coffees, then we can get moving. Thank you.
2, 2, okay? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, let's put the ball. I just want to talk to him from here. Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, anyone from now, we're going to be going live on YouTube. So we're going to be going full screen here.
You do the introduction, or?
Yes. So after the presentation, we'd love you to spotlight your video so that everyone could see you boldly. Let's go. 2. Please, can I say something? Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Tom, you can start.
Okay, I have echo for you via you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the short session on organic production. My name is Tom Nizet. I am born in Belgium. I am managing director of the company Autent, which is based in the United Kingdom, and you can learn more about what we do on the website www.autent.bio. The .bio is an extension which means organic in Dutch, so that's already an interesting link. So I'm gonna talk about 10 minutes to you very generally about organic production. What is organic production? It's an it's an agricultural method that aims to produce food using natural substances and processes. This means that organic farming tends to have a limited environmental impact. There is already organic production going on in Nigeria, so some of you may know what it's like. Using natural substances and natural processes means no chemicals, no chemical fertilizers, and no chemically produced pesticides. I thought it was interesting for you to have an idea on what is the import of organic products in the European Union.
Recording in progress.
And looking at the document which is published by the European Commission, you can see the following 3 statistics. So you see in general in 2018 and in 2019, the majority of the products that are imported in the European Union, which are organic, are the ones indicated in blue. That is the group cereals, vegetable oils, oilseeds, sugar, milk powder, butter, and unroasted coffee and cocoa. The rest, as you can see, cheese, meat preparations, wine, and fruit juices, they make up the rest of almost 90% of all the imports in the European Union. If you would ask yourself where these products are arriving in the European Union, where are the buyers of these products, you see that the big majority is located in the Netherlands, and it is increasing. This is a graph from 2019, where the United Kingdom was still part of the European Union. This, of course, is no longer the case. So for you, what I would remember is the three big countries for importing organic products are the Netherlands, Germany, and France. More in detail for the organic products that we import, you see that it's a majority, 27% of all the products are tropical fruits, nuts, and spices, but also oil cakes and cereals make up an amount that is almost half of all the imports. Next to that, you see where these organic products are coming from. So we import in the European Union a lot from China, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and Ukraine. In this list, the top 10, there are no African countries represented, as you can see. So the most interesting products for export to the European Union, from your point of view, are for sure the fruits and the oil seeds, like, for example, also soybeans. Organic production, if I have to summarize it into 3 words, I would choose standards, certificate, and logos. So standard means for organic production, there is a set of rules for farmers, but also for handlers about what must be done and also what cannot be done. These standards are more and more strict to guarantee that the product which arrives to the final consumer really complies and answers to the consumer's expectations of organic, which is naturally produced. In order to make that happen in reality, each single operator, as we call them, or each single company which is producing and selling organic products must be subject to controls. And when the controls are successful, these companies receive a certificate. So the certificate is the proof of compliance with the rules in the standards, and the controls are done, and the certificates are issued by independent certification bodies. So it's very important, if you plan to export your products to the European Union, that you are aware of where the products are coming from, and that each single company is subject to these controls and in possession of a certificate. But the most important thing is, of course, the products. And how can you recognize organic products? Well, they can be recognized on the packaging material and on the documents which accompany these products when they are sold. It's not written, of course, on the apple or on the coconut that it's an organic one, and that will never happen. So that's why it's important to have these controls to make sure that the production is really complying with the rules. When these products are packaged, many different logos exist, and these logos are an indication of organic production. The one on the left is the logo for the European organic market, the green leaf, as we call them. But there's also an American standard for organic production with the USDA logo. And there's another one in Canada, which is the third one on the top row. But it has to be said that the Canadian and the European organic requirements or standards are very similar. And the three other ones, like Australia, Brazil, and Tunisia, are other examples, which each have their differences among them and with the EU standards. The EU has an organic legislation since 1991. And this has recently been renewed, updated. So since the beginning of this year in the European Union, we have a new EU regulation for organic production. That regulation guarantees more harmonization and more clarity in the production rules and in the controls. There are changes for the operators and for the control bodies, and the changes have to result in maintaining the consumer's confidence in organic products, which can be translated as organic products are residue-free. That means pesticide residue-free. They cannot be used, and the consumer expects that they are not in the organic products. As regards Nigeria, the existing certification bodies and the producers are in a transition phase, in a period where they have to adapt to the new rules. So the new rules already apply in Europe, but not yet in the rest of the world. Nevertheless, if those who are interested in exporting to the EU and continue to do that, they will have to switch to the new rules, latest by the end of the year 2024. That is for the operators and for their certification bodies. So there are a few changes compared to the situation that existed in 2021. For farmers, there are new rules for the use of seeds. The rules for seedlings have not changed. So if you're interested in producing plants and sell them as organic, you have to start from organic seeds, not from conventional seedlings. The soil management is very important in organic production, and each field must receive manure, livestock products. The new rules also impose detailed record keeping for every operator that's involved in organic production. When you have a field that has never received any pesticides or chemical fertilizers, there is a possibility to go faster to organic production by skipping the conversion period. But there was a lot of competition in the past. This now is harmonized, and it has to be accompanied by a physical inspection and sampling before you can say we are reducing the duration of our conversion period. All over Africa, but also in Asia and in Latin America, groups of farmers, of smallholder farmers, are involved in organic production. The way they were inspected was very different. So with the new rules, there is a harmonization of the requirements for the groups. In East African countries, we have signals that the new rules are very strict, very severe, and will increase the cost of certification for those groups, and they might even disappear. So that's not very welcomed, but it's important to know that the possibility to produce organic as a group is maintained. The rules in African countries will be the same as in the European countries, but there is still a possibility for the certification bodies who are involved to ask for the Commission to grant authorization of specifically authorized products for the non-European countries only. So there is a degree of flexibility in the new regulation. For the control bodies, they will abandon their standards. So from their own production rules, there will be a shift to the new rules, which will be the same for all the operators in the non-European countries. The control bodies have to continue with their annual inspections. And during these annual inspections of all the operators, they have to do traceability and mass balance checks, which means that they can test very quickly whether the quality system of the operator is functioning. There will be a distinction between high-risk products and bulk products, which require more strict monitoring than others. The risk-based approach of how to control, when to control, who to control is intensified as well. And since the beginning of the year, there is a new system for monitoring of all the organic products that are imported in the European Union. So the control bodies have to adapt to that new system as well. So in summary, for the certification bodies and their operators, the end of the year 2021 was a very important deadline. In the next 3 years, the certification bodies are switching from the existing system towards the new system of compliance. And once they are recognized by the Commission for the new system, then the operators will have to switch as well. This will not happen for all the certification bodies at the same time. So this will result in 3 years where different systems have to coexist. So as a summary, to end this short introduction, I would like to come back on the fact that the political leaders in the European Union have decided to review the organic regulation, and they have come with a new text to maintain and strengthen the consumer confidence in organic products. The existing rules have been reviewed, and they aim at residue-free organic products on the European market. This puts a lot of pressure on the operators to guarantee this. In the European Union, operators and their control bodies need to respect these rules from the 1st of January 2022, but farmers and their certification bodies in the non-European countries need to adjust their rules as well, but only latest by the end of 2024. I want to thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions. If they come now, then that's fine. If you want to ask them later, you have my contact details on this slide as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I'd just like to thank you for an excellent presentation, coming at the right time of the day, and for it being so informative. Ladies and gentlemen, if you found that presentation informative, please give Tom a very warm round of applause. Actually, this presentation was a little bit threatened earlier because we couldn't establish a way in which Tom could hear us, even though we could hear him. So it's been great that he can actually hear us clapping and speaking. And Tom, you're going to be around for the panel session, aren't you?
I will stay on this channel, yes.
Okay, please do, because I am sure that your presentation has triggered some questions, but the way we've planned it is for it to be alongside the panelists so that we can get a comprehensive view. So once again, thank you very much indeed for an excellent presentation. And I'm sorry that we kept you waiting for so long. There has been a little bit of delay in the program. But thank you for your patience, and we appreciate your time. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, I'll stay on this channel.
Great. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another presentation now, and this time it's on international trade made easy. And to help us with that, by presenting is the co-founder and head of farm operations at Pioneer Sustainable Agriculture, Mr. Kevin Marks. I don't think I heard you clapping. I'm sure he didn't. Thank you. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Marks. I'm a farmer, I'm a processor, I'm an exporter here in Nigeria. I've been in the agricultural sector now for about 10 years. My first farm I started in 2012. I'm an organic certified farmer, not just saying that I'm organic. So I'm qualified, and my products are qualified to be exported to the US and European Union markets. I'm currently farming around 600 hectares in Kaduna, Kano, Jigawa, plans to expand into Niger. The subject we're going to be discussing today is international trade made easy, question mark. There's nothing easy about international trade. There's nothing easy about export, so it's a bit of a misnomer, the subject. But what I want to do is use one of my products, tiger nut. Is everybody here familiar with tiger nut? Yes, Aya, right? So that's one of the crops that I'm growing in, mainly in Jigawa State. I'm exporting to the U.S. markets. I've been doing that for a few years now. I have a processing facility at farm in Jigawa for my primary processing. I have a secondary processing site in Lagos, close to the port, where I get my goods packaged and ready to send out. Now, when I look at international trade, when we look at what makes up that business, I've broken it down into three parts. You have your product, you have your handling and logistics, and then, of course, your markets. We'll start off by talking about product. Conformity, right? When you talk about challenges in exporting a product anywhere in the world, conformity is a big issue. Now, we just spent a few minutes learning about the basic processes and steps behind something like organic certification. Something as basic as organic certification goes a very long way in terms of getting to an acceptable level of conformity of your product. There's certain standards and practices that you must follow to have an organic certified good. Once you have a product with that USDA or EOS, which is the European Organic System label on your product, it will definitely help you to find your markets. That being said, just having an organic or food safety or fair for life, fair trade certification on your product is no guarantee that once it reaches abroad that it's going to be accepted. Let me give you an example. If you've produced a dry fruit product and you have your certifications for it, but you haven't followed through with all the food safety measures that are required for a product to be acceptable when it reaches a market abroad, you might find that you have traces of E. coli or salmonella on your product. So now what you have is a container load of organic certified garbage, right? Why is that? Because nobody's going to pay for an organic product that is contaminated, right, with microbiological problems and these kind of things, right? So it's not simple enough to say, okay, I will go get this international certification for my product, yeah, and everything will be open to me. It is a long and difficult process, right? Me, after 10 years in this business, I'm still learning every day. I'm still trying to perfect my systems. I don't look at it as a negative thing. It's definitely a positive, but I'm in a very lucky situation. I mean, we touched on conformity now. We have to think about another issue, scale. For many people who are farming and do have a desire to export, how do you produce the quantities, or how do you aggregate the quantities that you can actually go into the international markets and be a competitive trader, seller, producer? there's a lot of stumbling blocks, right, to small and medium producers. I think aggregation and collectives, cooperatives, is a good way to overcome that. But then once again, we come back to the conformity issue, right? If you have 20 or 30 producers of a product, say Zobo, hibiscus, right? You aggregate from these 20 or 30 producers. They've all gone through the process of getting the organic certification. How do you guarantee, how do you ensure that one of those producers will not have a problem with their product, that once it's combined with your own, right, ends up contaminating the entire batch, the entire shipment? Now, that's where what we spoke about earlier with the agricultural education, that's where it comes into play. Obviously, sensitizing people, sensitizing grower groups into these kind of factors is very, very important. It's crucial. One of the reasons that I've had to go so large on hectarage is because to ensure that my products are acceptable to my markets abroad, I have to produce everything. Eventually, I would love to start engaging more and more smallholders. My company, we do have some projects to help smallholders to try to get that knowledge transfer, right, so that everybody can come on board these type of projects. But it's not easy, especially when you're in the bush, right? I mean, I don't know how, there's a few farmers here, right? Yep, a few, right? And there's even two gentlemen that I've ran into here. I mean, Mr. Hope from Leventis Foundation, I ran into him in the bush in 2012 in Edo. I mean, really inside the bush. Mr. Mo over there from Farmore. Yeah, these are guys that I've seen on farm, yeah, getting their hands dirty, working hard. That's what it takes. That's what it takes to get a product into the international markets. You know, most countries, whether you're talking in Europe, Middle East, Southern Africa, North America, South America, you do have some type of support system, right? You have agricultural extension services, right? You have suppliers of inputs, right? On the point of agricultural inputs, one of the big issues that Nigeria is facing in terms of acceptance of its products abroad, once it gets to its final destination or to a port, once it's tested, you end up having problems with residues, right? Contaminants. Now, we have to work backwards from that. Where do these contaminants, where do these residues come from? Everybody here knows that there's a big problem in Nigeria with substandard inputs. When we talk about fertilizers, agrochemicals, it is a huge issue, and it's affecting farmers at every single level. Myself, I'm a bit lucky. Because I'm organic certified, I only use certain inputs on my product, and I can't go to the store and source those here. I have to import those directly. When you start talking about organic certified agrochemicals, pesticides, yeah, you can't find these here. That is a big challenge. It's a big challenge for myself. I can't imagine how small and medium farmers would overcome those kind of problems. Now, with conformity, certifications is a good way to overcome that. There is the high startup cost to those, which is a hindrance towards people who like to get into it, right? Most time, if you go to a buyer abroad and you tell them, I want to supply you organic certified products, they'll ask for your organic certification. You can't go and tell them, okay, I'm working on my organic certification, or it's in the works. They want to see that. So that means you have to have that in place before you go start finding buyers for your product. Another issue is consistency. Yeah, making sure that every container, every ton, every kg of product you send out is the same, is uniform. Buyers abroad do not want variation in their products, especially when especially when your product is a raw material going into processing, into value-added goods. Scale we spoke about, food safety. These are just some of the issues that have to be taken into account on the product side. Now, when we go to handling and logistics, value addition. Value addition, I feel that is a real key and a really, really important point. I can't go on enough about how crucial that is to set your product apart from the competition, lock down those big buyers abroad, yeah, and hold them as customers for the medium to long term. For the example of my tiger nut, yeah, if I take 1 metric ton of raw material and I sell it abroad with my organic certification, let's say the price is $1,000 to $1,500 per metric ton. by doing some very basic steps of value addition, you can double that. Yeah? And this is science, but it's not rocket science. Right? But it does take time. When you go into production, whether it's conventional or organic, with a goal of exporting, yeah, you have to look, like I said, at the medium to long term. It is not a short-term business. If you play at the short term, you'll end up losing more money than you make. That's I don't want to say a guarantee, but that was my experience at the beginning. Like I said, I've been in this business for 10 years. Now, market. We discussed conformity. Yeah, the cost of marketing. I consider the cost of marketing these certifications, right? Going out and getting organic certification, fair trade, fair for life, HACCP. These cost a lot of time, a lot of money, and you already have to have those before you go out, unless you're lucky enough to have a company abroad that is willing to work with you hand in hand from the beginning. Those are very, very rare to find. You can't depend on those to build up your business. Now, once you do get in the markets, and I've seen this happen before, you'll have your serious potential clients who you end up doing long-term business with. You'll have people that are just testing the waters, trying to find out about pricing, things like that. And then you have truly negative players in the international markets. I faced that challenge before in North America, in the European Union, where you have companies that come in to buy product from you, and actually they're not looking to do business with you in a stand-up way. They're looking at how to take product off of you in the cheapest way possible. An example of that would be in the tiger nut business. It's more with the conventional, but I've seen it happen many times. So you'll have, let's say, every year 20 or 30 people that decide to get into the tiger nut business, conventional, of course, and they want to try sending some containers. One of the biggest importers of tiger nut in the world is Spain. Okay, and Spain has been buying tiger nut in huge quantities since the 1970s, 1980s, up to this day. Now, there are companies in Spain that what they'll do is they'll tell, let's say, 10 traders, new entries into the market, okay, send me 2 container loads, right? So when those containers reach, or excuse me, before those containers are sent out, the company in Spain will tell the suppliers, okay, here's my specifications on the product, knowing good and well that it is almost impossible to get your product to those specifications, right? Now, usually in trade, if you go in with goodwill, whether if you're the buyer, right, you would have some kind of tolerance for a first-time supplier, yeah? Let's say you have a 3% foreign matter acceptable in a consignment. Yeah? If the product comes in 3.5% or 4%, even 5%, somebody with goodwill would most likely accept that if they're looking for a long-term business. Some of these buyers are not goodwill people, and what they'll do is they'll wait for those consignments to arrive, and then they'll tell the supplier here in Nigeria, okay, your product does not conform to our contract. Yeah, there's a 0.5% more or 1% more of foreign matter inside of this tiger nut, right? We reject your goods. And then you won't hear from them for 1 week, 2 weeks. In the meantime, your container is sitting there at a port in Valencia, Spain, right? You're incurring demurrage, and you have no way to sell this product. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you'll get a phone call from another company. What will that other company tell you? They'll tell you, well, we heard you have tiger nut at the port. We're willing to pay you X amount of euro per ton, and usually that'll be about half or a quarter of the original value. Now, what happens with those suppliers who end up making a loss on that consignment? They are no longer interested in trading tiger nut, right? But every year, you have 20 or 30 new entries into the market, right? So for these guys, these bad players, let's say, and it's not everybody, yeah? For these bad players, it is actually a sustainable business because each year, they'll take advantage of the new entries into the market. And it's sad. It's sad, I mean. And there's nothing you can really do to stop this, yeah? All you can do is try to beat it, yeah? And how do you beat it? It's by having the best product available. But that takes time, it takes money, and it takes patience, yeah? Being a farmer is very, very, very difficult here. Being a primary producer, yeah, very difficult, yeah? Especially when you're, out there in the farms. All of us know the challenges that we face here in Nigeria. It's hard work. And then add on top of that, yeah, the challenge is processing. the challenges of export logistics, right? These are all huge issues. Once you get paid as well, yeah? It's not like you get a product out there and you get paid and everything's great. Remember this, when you send out a good, right, you use NXP, an NXP account, right? So you export your good and the money is paid back in to an account that is attached directly to that export, okay? Now, when you go to the bank with your dollars or the euros, right, to change them over into Naira, you don't get black market rate, right? You'll get a few percents above the CBN rate. Now, that's if you're a good person. That's if you're following all the laws, correct? Right? Anybody who's serious about building a business and building up a trade wants to follow the laws, wants to follow the rules. But actually, we have a situation whereby when you follow the rules and you do what you're supposed to, you're penalized, right? Because the guys who are smuggling goods out of Nigeria, whether it's cocoa or tiger nut or shea nut, they're reaping the benefits of this, right? They bring back in their euros or their dollars as inflow, right? And they can go switch it at whatever rate they want. These are some of the challenges that we face. Not much we can do about that. That's up to the government. That's government policy. I don't like to harp on what I think the problems are about government policy and about some of the barriers. It's not really my place to talk about that. You know, I want to be positive in everything I say in these kind of discussions because I want to see more people go into primary production and processing with the goal of exporting. But once again, time, money, and patience, that's what it takes. And once again, not everybody out there who wants to buy your good is really doing it with your best interests at heart. That's why I said you got to dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure you have the best product out there before you go in the market, and then maybe international trade will be a bit easy, but never fully. And so thank you all very much. Yeah, I enjoyed this, and look forward now to talk with all you when I'm on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin Marks. Another round of applause from him. I think, Kevin, I'm not sure you should leave straight away because you're going to be on the panel anyway. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll call you back up. Ladies and gentlemen, that presentation was delivered from the heart based on experience, time in the bush, effort, and I think for me, what I loved the most about it was the realism. So it wasn't negative. It was just highlighting some of the risks that people face and the challenges that people face when they're exporting into international markets. I think they're important because, you know, if you lose money on the first trade that you do, the chances are that you're going to do something else, and it generally affects the sustainability of what you're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, please clap again for Kevin. I thought that was excellent, and I'm glad that you're not running away because I think there are going to be a few questions for you, Kevin. Okay, so we've heard Tom, and Tom is still with us, I believe, from Authent. We've heard Kevin, and we're going to have now a panel session on trading, or it's titled Trading Across Borders. And to help us moderate the session, I'd like to invite Bamidele Uwola from Welcome to Africa International. Please welcome her very warmly. Thank you. All right, so please let's hear it for our moderator again. I'm sure you'll be impressed when you see what she's about to do. To come and join us on the panel, I'd like to invite up first Mr. John Taylor, Trade Councillor, EU Delegation to Nigeria. John Taylor, welcome. Thank you. Kevin, I'd like to have you back. Please, it's free sitting wherever you'd like to sit, wherever you're most comfortable. Thank you, Kevin, coming back. Mr. Chinedu Enwarom, 14365. Thank you. Thanks, Chinedu. And
I off it on me.
Tom is already with us. Can I get confirmation that Tom is still with us virtually? He is. Great. Can we have a test? I'd like to know whether he can hear us. And whether
Mr. Tom, can you hear me?
You are amiable moderator.
Please, I would love you to put your
Apparently these
your
are
camera to virtual
occasional explosions
to
just
pin.
to
I want you to pin
make
your
sure
camera,
we're
please.
all
Sorry.
awake.
We would love you to have a full screen of you. We would love to have a full screen of you.
Okay, so
Please pin your camera, Mr. Kevin.
Paula, over to you, your panel.
You can end your slideshow right now, then give us a full view of you.
Thank you once again to the organizers. It's indeed a pleasure to
Don't
be
worry,
here.
don't worry. I don't.
So before I introduce our different speakers, I just want to provide a bit of background.
Mr. Tom, please, I would love you to off your slideshow.
So we're covering a
We would love to have a full screen of you so I could peep it.
borders. According to the World Bank,
Thank you.
Nigeria ranked
That is perfect.
79 out of
Thank you.
90 countries.
Yes.
When it comes to
Can you hear me?
trading across borders.
Thank you. Thank you. That's fine.
Results
That's
have
fine.
revealed that poor trade facilitation constitutes a significant driver of food insecurity in Africa. In addition to that, research has also shown that reduction in delays at the customs and the ports also seems to be a negative driver when we talk about trading across borders. With COVID, with the advent of COVID, we've seen a new order whereby there's been introduction of new protocols. And some of this has then made trading across borders even more challenging. From this session that we're having today, our panelists will share some of their experiences, some of their insights, and even what they feel to be solutions as to how we can improve trading across borders. So on that note, I'll begin to introduce each of the different speakers. I'll just say their name, and they will then go on and introduce themselves. So we'll start with my speaker on the left. That is Mr. Chinedu from 14365. If you could introduce yourself. Oh, actually, okay, we've got. Actually, I think we should probably acknowledge our virtual participant, who is Mr. Tom Nizet. If you could just reintroduce yourself once more. Thank you.
I'm Tom Nizet from Belgium, working for the company Outent, and we focus on quality systems in organic production worldwide.
Fantastic. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Chinedu.
All right, good afternoon all. It's great to be here. I'm Chinedu Anworum, representing One Port 365. We're connecting Africa to global trade. We simplify your trade. That's what we do. We make you sit at the comfort of your house while we take the load off your shoulder from end to end. Thank you.
The next speaker we have on this session is Mr. John Taylor. If you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John. I'm the trade counsellor at the EU delegation here in Abuja. I'm not an agricultural specialist. I'm supposed to be able to cover all aspects of trade, but I hope to be able to give you a few insights today that will help this audience as well. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Mr. Kevin Marks. I guess you could reintroduce yourself once more. Once more, yes.
Yep. Hi, Kevin Marks, farmer, processor and exporter. My company is Pioneer Sustainable Agriculture Limited, and we're focused on organic certified production with an additional focus on social and environmental impact. All right.
Okay, so I know you mentioned that One Port 365, you make everyone's life easier. One Port 365 happens to be a partner of ours. We work together in Lagos. One of the interesting things about One Port 365 is the fact that you represent a number of exporters that want to export. Anyone that wants to export, they come to you. From engaging with your CEO, He's always sharing his concerns, let me use that word, with customs, ports, and trade. So it'd be good to hear from you. What has been your experience when it comes to exporting, okay, and importing as well? And where do you feel there should be some improvements?
Thank you very much for that. Okay. Now it's very correct.
Hello.
Hello. All right.
Hello? 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 Hello?
All right. Hello. Don't worry, that's part of the things that come with exporting, the stress with exporting. So it's affecting the mic already. All right. So it's a very wonderful one. We all can tell that some of the conversation here today is how do we make money from these things we are doing? Mr. Owunu there, enlightening people, and every one of us, or every farmer here, the goal is, when I get this crop, how do I get it out in good state, in a compliant state, and it get to destination and I make money out of it? Now, so what have we been doing and what was it like? I'm going to just paint it in this scenario. Now, typically from here, I don't know if you have the background. Who can tell me what's the cost of taking your goods from a village in Kano to Rotterdam, end to end? What's the cost? Anybody in this house? I bet you that will take you like 3 weeks to give me an answer. Why? You're going to spend like 1 to 2 weeks discussing with your trucker to know how much will he come and move it for you. Spend another 2 weeks looking for a very good freight forwarding company to do that stress for you. And God help you, you have issues at the port and the rest of them. Oh my word. You have compliance issues. So all of these things we've seen, you come to warehousing, you're going to pay for a year instead of paying as you go. With these and many more are bound in our system. So we see a process that should take 3 days, taking 3 weeks to a month just to get the quotation, not to even start the shipping processes. Now, with all of these in place, one thing 1.365 has come to do is to take that yoke off you. And I say that literally, very, very. How do I mean? Now, this task of you getting to get these things in 3 weeks, just log onto the platform. In a very few seconds, you get your answer. What I just asked you now. Now, so it's a terrible state, what we have currently, what we had, right? But then we have a group of expert young people passionate about selling what we stand for. Of course, we all know about the AFTA agreement and the rest that came about, with it. Now, how do we make this materialize? It doesn't end on the high note discussion. It comes down to the farmers. How do you make ends meet off this? So one of the things we are doing, we've seen the bottlenecks around, the delays in getting your warehousing, getting formidable truckers, in dealing with the agencies. So we are saying, okay, don't worry. From the comfort of your bedroom, don't even leave your bedroom. Stay where you are. They're going to come. We're going to take it off you. Don't worry about what you need to know. We have every advisory role for you, and the aim is so you don't have issues. Having dealt with the so many barriers with getting the product, to power level, and we are saying, okay, you know what? Let's take away the burden of your logistics, the burden of your clearing your freight forwarding needs from end to end, right? So, and what we've done thus far, someone, I think yes, just last week we were in the program, someone asked a question, having gotten, that was a ginger shipper, right? The shipment was ready, and for 6 months, shipment was in transit to the port. For 6 months. Can you believe that? Now, when it got to the port of destination, what do you think would have happened to the ginger? Farmers, I believe we have experienced farmers in the house. What do you think would have happened to the ginger? It will still be okay.
right? So despite having the approval here with agencies here, it took over 6 months to get to the destination. Now the question is, who bears the cost? And these are the things that we've seen over time. So we are saying, you know what? Let's take that chain, let's take that yoke away from you, right? So we'll come down and then we'll deal with every agencies on their behalf. And that is what we are doing to push or to help mass move forward.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So my next question is for Tom. I know you work with a number of different producers. I know you probably had so many different experiences when it comes to working and engaging with producers, particularly those that want to export. For some of the producers in the room today, for some of the policyholders in the room today, could you just share some of your experiences and maybe some advice on how we can increase trade across borders?
Well, my experience is limited to the exports of raw organic products from West Africa. In a previous job, I worked for a certification body who was active in mainly Burkina Faso, but also a little bit of Senegal. What I learned from there and what I would like to share is that it really helps to have an excellent relationship between exporter and importer. I think Kevin has also mentioned that, and it is typical for organic production, is long-term relationships. So that is the main thing that the trade will facilitate. If the exporter and the importer know each other, they trust each other, and they can freely exchange information, especially when you're dealing with fresh commodities, which are perishable. It's very important that the information is synchronized and that there is no delay like it has been explained before. I mean, for soybeans, that is not really a big problem as far as I know. But if you're looking at mangoes, pineapples, that's a completely different story. So again, it's build sustainable relationship with your buyers in the European Union.
Thank you so much for that. So my next question is for Mr. John Taylor. You practically represent the European Union in Nigeria, and I know a lot of exporters want to export to Europe. So I guess one of the questions that I'd like to ask from you is, what are some of the recent initiatives that the EU has designed to trade with Nigeria? So any new initiatives that exist, please share with us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is it good?
Yes.
Oh, they can hear me at the back. Okay. Is that any better? Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm being asked about initiatives to help exporters from Nigeria to Europe. Let me be a little bit the disruptor here, because I've come into the conversation as if we're in a room full of, big producers who are exporting around the world, and they want to know how to do it better. But I was very taken by the presentation from Kevin there at the beginning. How many here are actually in a position to produce enough to export to anywhere today? There are a few. Okay. All right. Well, congratulations. I think you are the exceptions here. My limited experience of the agricultural sector is that production here is relatively small, and it's small farmers, and it's not producing large quantities. The second issue that I've been made aware of, again, it came up in the opening presentation, is about quality and consistency. It's not just about quantities. You have to have a large quantity of the same product, the same quality. And you have to have that before you even start seriously thinking of exporting. But that being said, if we really are with the mindset of looking to export to the European Union, I know that in Nigeria we have fairly bad press here. You don't like the standards that we insist upon. and that makes it very difficult for some of you to export to Europe. And I am regularly brought out to explain the EU position on that. And again, the answers came up in the opening presentation. If you are seriously wanting to make a business out of producing agricultural products for export, or even for local consumption, sooner or later you have to worry about the standards and the quality of your product. Now, earlier on we were talking about organic goods, but that's to me is a niche market. It's a growing market. It's something that is very attractive, because if you have organic products of a certain quality, you already command a premium price, right? But if you want to export to Europe, even if it's not organic, you have to meet certain standards. And those standards, because of the way agricultural products are treated here, are often beyond the reach of a lot of the produce. An example I think that is very well known here would be the dried beans. All right? You produce large quantities of dried beans. Again, please correct me, I'm not the expert, but my understanding is you harvest the product, you put it in a warehouse, and then a couple of weeks or a couple of months later, somebody comes along, puts a little bit of pesticide on it just to keep it fresh. Am I wrong? No, that's more or less how it happens. The trouble is that pesticide, that product that you put onto your export product, stops it from being allowed into the EU. So, before we start talking about facilitation and markets in Europe, the situation needs to be changed here from the very beginning, from the source. If you get over that hurdle and you are making a good product that you are able to handle properly so that it can be exported, the European Union is a great market. You can sell products in Europe at a premium compared to maybe more local markets in West Africa or even on the continent here. Theoretically, to export a container from Africa to Europe is not prohibitively expensive. The numbers I hear is it costs as much to take a container load of goods from Nigeria, somewhere in Nigeria to Lagos, as it costs to get it from Lagos to Europe. All right? These are internal problems. I think you talked about trading across borders. It's a massive issue for Nigeria in particular. It's a problem in Africa, but it's a very specific problem to Nigeria. And these are issues that I think dwarf the access to the EU market. If you're still interested in exporting to Europe, right, it's not all bad, all right? We do have ways of facilitating that. And if there's one thing you take away from my comments today, I would ask you to Google EU access to market. It's a tool on the Commission website that gives you all the information that you need to export whatever product you produce here to the EU. So it will cover the customs tariffs. It would help you find the customs nomenclature, the tariff heading for the product that you're trying to export. It will tell you what the customs rules are applicable to that product when you send it to Europe. And it will even give you the member state specific rules where they diverge from the rules at the European level. So for example, VAT, national taxes may differ from one member state to another. It will give you the details of that. So when you ask about tools, I can't tell you what's on that database because it is so enormous. That will provide you with a lot of information. But to get back to the difficulties here, the EU is also working with the Ministry of Agriculture here. Are there any civil servants, Nigerian officials here? Oh, that's a shame. Okay. The EU delegation is working with the Ministry of Agriculture to look at the difficulties in exporting from Nigeria to EU. We've mentioned the problems about the standards. that the product is not of a standard that is considered fit for human consumption in Europe. All right, it may be a high bar, but it's certainly something that we apply across the board. It's not specific to exports from Nigeria. But this is something that your administration is very concerned about, because it has halted, more or less, a lot of the exports from here to Europe. And we are looking with the ministry to see how mechanisms can be put in place to resolve that. And there is all sorts of initiatives from the ministry about export implementation plans to try to rectify the situation. But again, I come back to the opening presentation. It's not just about certifying a product. That product actually has to meet the rules that that certification applies to. Now, in the presentation, we were talking about organic labeling, but it also applies to the basic health and safety standards that we apply in Europe. If the standards are not met, the certification that the Agriculture Ministry would provide to exports from here to Europe will be dismissed when it arrives in Europe, and it makes it much harder then for exporters from Nigeria subsequently. So it becomes more and more difficult. So I don't know if that gets the conversation going, but that's my opening comments. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is for you, Mark, and it builds on from what Mr. Taylor has just said. It would be good for you to maybe share, I'm sure you have so many different experiences, some of which you mentioned in your presentation. One of the things that you said that stood out in your previous presentation was that to export takes time, patience, and money, okay? It'll be interesting to hear some of your experiences with regards to some of the barriers and the challenges that you faced and how you've been able to overcome it. And for intending exporters, what advice would you give to them?
Okay, so it's a broad question, so let me pick some specific examples, and I think I can tie that in also to some of the points. Sorry, what's the name? John. That John made. Look, when you talk about some of the barriers to exporting and having your product accepted by clients abroad, and even before it reaches your client, by customs and health and safety organizations. Look, there are major gaps here in Nigeria when we talk about that. That might be coming from some weak enforcement policies from different agencies at ports, anything from customs to Ministry of Agriculture, where, let's say, the amount of assurance that a government abroad or a buyer abroad would have for your product is limited. There are ways around that. I am not a believer that government is the see-all, end-all to issues. I mean, I grew up in rural North Carolina. I don't know if any of you know that area or what we're about there, but we actually, I mean, we're quite independent folks out there. So I've always seen where government has left gaps, the private sector can fill those. If a buyer abroad is not comfortable with having stamps from the Nigerian Agricultural Quarantine Service, right? Then you can fill those gaps by doing your own testing. There is a cost. There is a cost to doing that, right? Like, you know, if you can't get the testing facilities here you need on a product, all right, and you need to fill that gap to get your product accepted abroad, then you will have to engage private parties to do so. Sometimes those services are not available here. I'll give an example. Pesticide residue testing. It's not just an organic, by the way. I speak about organics because that's the business I'm in. Before I was an organic farmer, I was a conventional farmer for many years. So I'm not one of these fanatics that says organic is the only way. Yeah, I think there's a need for a good mix of different type of agricultural types. Now, if you want to test for certain residues, certain issues on your product, it's very difficult to find labs. It's impossible to find labs here in Nigeria that can meet all the criteria that are required by a lot of buyers abroad. You do have to then go through the steps of finding a lab abroad. that can do those tests for you and certify your product privately. Now, many times governments will not accept those, but that's fine because here, look, there's no requirement that a country in the European Union or that the Americans or the Canadians or the Israelis might have that you cannot have done here by the relevant government agencies. All those documents, all those stamps, all those checks can be done here and are accepted abroad. But now we have to go one level past that, right? Once again, and realize that, you know, those standards are not necessarily enough for once you get to the private side. So getting your product accepted into another country is one thing. Yeah, all those organizations, those steps are in place, and it's pretty clear cut how to do those things. It's about getting accepted once it's left the ports, right? And then there's challenges in that as well. I mean, when I send, and I'll use the tiger nut example again, when I send tiger nut to the U.S., to this day, every time my container reaches the U.S., Customs and Homeland Security tears apart my container. I don't know what they're looking for, but I imagine most of them have never heard of tiger nut before and think it's made up. And so then you can end up with contamination and conformity issues once Customs in the U.S. has torn apart your consignment looking for God knows what. There's no answer to those things. I hope that over time that won't be a problem for me. The point I'm trying to make is that, you know, all these hurdles and issues that we talk about, they're not insurmountable. Yeah, but back to my earlier refrain: time, money, patience, and not everybody has that. That's why I said that, you know, when you're looking at how to get into the international markets, looking for like-minded people is a good way to start. And doing your research, doing your homework before you start, all right? So I hope that answers the question well enough, yeah?
Okay, so one of the things that you did say that was quite interesting was that, you know, some of the challenges that one can face when it comes to trading across borders are actually opportunities, for example, the testing. And I guess one of the other things that you said that also resonates with what Mr. Taylor said was, you know, one should just do their research, okay? Because I guess there's a lot of information out there, and that information would vary depending on what it is you're trying to export. So on that note, I believe there should be questions from the audience. Maybe we can do a quick Q&A before we round up on the session.
Great, okay. Hello, can you? Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I think it's useful for us to have a Q&A now because I think some of the conversation that we're hearing now or some of the presentations and comments would have triggered a lot of questions. I'm holding the mic, right? So I'm going to ask the first question. Is that okay? So, and this is directed at everybody on the panel. So we've just come out of a period of pandemic, or we're not out of it yet, where we had this dreaded thing called COVID. And somehow, people were tested before they got onto airplanes to make sure that they weren't carrying the virus, okay? So some of what I've heard here is that you ship the product abroad, you send it to a lab, which you would never do with COVID, before you know whether or not your product is good enough. The other point is, I've traveled across from France to the UK by road across the channel, yes? And we have had UK immigration sitting on the French side doing a check before you cross, okay? So that's a second example of where you can do I guess you know where I'm going. You can do pre-checks before you go across the border or take your product across. Is there any reason why we can't have pre-inspection of products before they move across? Because by the time it's moved across, you've incurred the cost of freight, and as I think from your presentation, when it gets there, you can be extorted by unscrupulous buyers, perhaps. So my question is very simple, and I guess we'll collate a few others. Why can't we have pre-inspection? When you want to get on an airplane from Nigeria, if you don't have a visa, you are denied access to the aircraft here. Not when you get there. Of course, some people are deported, but that's not what happens. So this is expensive business for Nigerian farmers to get their product across and then have it rejected. So that's my question, moderator. I think there are probably going to be a few others. Do you want to take them as a batch? And then, yeah. Okay. Louise, did you have a question? You did. Just tell us who you are and make your question succinct.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. My name once more is Engineer Okeogu. I represent Fairfood Freiburg GmbH. Fairfood is a corporate farmers. We work together with farmers. We process and we export cashews since 2015 up to today. The same process, we have been having a lot of challenges that once discourage us in the business. I have questions for each and every one of you. I will start with Kelvin. My question to you is, organic certification of agro products, especially in Nigeria, takes so long, and logistics. This discourages entrepreneurs or business people that wants to go into the business. How do we ease this long period of certification, not being even sure of being certified? Because most of the products we have in Nigeria, like my own product, cashews, is naturally grown here. The product is organically produced. Most of the ones who planted here will observe all the good agricultural practice. But when it comes to certification, when it comes to certification, it takes so long. Is there a way we can reduce it? My second question is to the gentleman. You, please, I've forgotten the name. John. I must be sincere. EU have strict restriction to agro products from Nigeria, not because of pesticides. Because there are a lot of people that also export products that doesn't put pesticides or other standard, as you said. And I believe it's because of the negative view the European Union sees in Nigerian products. Is there a way this notion will be changed? Because if you check well, Nigeria stands very, very well to feed half of the population of the world. My third question goes to Chinedu. You say you people are the ease of doing business. In 2015, I exported my first cashew nut with Bolori from Lagos to Hamburg Hafen. It really took 6 months. Before the product reached there, cashew have spoiled and developed a lot of bacteria who lost so much. Why is it that Nigeria government policies do not support SMEs in exportation? In other countries, there is what they call group paging. Most SMEs don't have money to export in containers. They look for people they can share container with. So if you are the easy of doing business, up to this moment, since 4 months, I've been asking all the shipping agents in Lagos about group paging, and nobody was able to give me a response. And my last question to you, Tom, is about the NSP. You know the market price of most of the raw cashew or products, agro products here, you get it in a black market price. But when you export the cashew, the government will come with NSP and repatriation, and the money they pay you is a little bit or even CBN rate. When you get your product as a black market range, how do you cope up with this loss? That is my question, please.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. I hope we got the questions noted. How many more do you want me to take from the floor before we... Okay, I know that there's Louise's hand I saw up. Was there another one from another table? That one, okay.
Okay, so
May I go ahead?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so my name's Dr. Louisa Biomi with the Natural Resources Institute, but representing Collier CP today. My question is to Kevin. I'm curious when you said when you started out there were challenges engaging smallholder farmers, and actually you've been working with the tiger nuts for quite a while, but I figure that you haven't yet brought in the smallholder farmers. I'm wondering what the constraints are. And then the other comments about finding information about what the EU requirements are. There are organizations such as Collier CP who do offer a lot of technical assistance, online training, virtual training and so on, so you can actually build the capacity in certain areas. So that's, there are some training opportunities available online. But yeah, if you want to check them out, then just consult me afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, before we go to the panel, unfortunately we do have limited time now, so my apologies to you. So we'll be looking for fairly succinct answers from the panel. I know that it may not be sufficient, but you're still here, and I guess we could engage. It's just that we're going to need to close the session for the day fairly soon. So over to you, moderator. Succinct answers, please, and the ones that you think are pertinent questions for us to have answered. Tom, did you hear all the questions?
Yes, very good. I have also some answers, so don't forget about me.
So I guess we can actually start with you, and just like our MC said, please keep the answers short. So one of the concerns of our exporters here is that there's a lengthy process to get certification. What do you suggest we can do to reduce that process?
Unfortunately, it's going to take some time, but the best thing that Nigeria can do is to develop local market, to create your own local certification body, to have your own inspectors, and maybe even in turn have your own organic legislation. That is the best thing to do, to shorten the time to obtain certification.
Thank you. So I think that answer touches on the issues around pre-inspection. But I don't know, Mr. Taylor, do you have anything to add on to that?
Okay, thank you. Pre-shipment inspection. I mean, there is actually an article, I think, in the WTO rules on trade about pre-shipment inspections. This is something that is catered for in normal trade law. It's not specific to export of agricultural products. It actually, I think, initially refers to the classification of your product for tariff and customs purposes. So the principle exists. What I'd like to do very briefly is to give an example. It's not from Nigeria, it's from my previous posting in Africa, where the country I was based in was trying to export beef to Europe. Strict rules apply to beef just as they do to the dried beans in Nigeria. Now, what would happen in this particular country is that there would be an inspection team coming from Europe to look at the structure that was put in place by the authorities in that country to see that the rules were respected. Now, there are different considerations down there. For the beef, it was actually a question of keeping the beef away from the wild animals, the buffaloes, that carried foot and mouth disease. So maybe not an issue here, but they put in place a structure that was considered to be acceptable to the EU. That allowed the local authorities to issue certificates to accompany the beef exported to Europe. And that worked fine as long as the authorities in that country continued to respect the rules. So when there was an outbreak of foot and mouth, if there was buffaloes that went over a fence into a farm where they were cattle that was susceptible to being exported to Europe, they had to notify the European Union straight away. So there was a cooperation, and when I say was, I mean is. There is cooperation between the health authorities in Europe and that country. So what I would be suggesting here, and it answers the question from the moderator, but also the gentleman over there, is you need the cooperation at the administrative level. You have to then put something in place which then has to be respected. And my only other answer to you, sir, is we're not being tough on Nigeria. The EU has a certain level of standards that it applies to all imports. And I don't think it is because it's coming from Nigeria that it is automatically rejected. If you have a product coming from Nigeria, like dried beans, that was systematically being rejected because it didn't meet the standards, then the EU takes the decision to say we ban all dried beans from Nigeria until that situation is resolved. And that is what happened there. And what we're trying to do to resolve that is put in place these mechanisms with the ministry. Thank you.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. So one of the key things you said was stronger cooperation, and I think that would probably help everyone. So my question is for you, Chinedu. If you could just explain how, very quickly, if you're a smaller exporter, how does one port help with that?
Will it be brief? Very brief.
Okay, so let me just take that very briefly, quickly. So, just come to 1.365 and everything is settled. And the reaction, so how will it help out? And with what was raised about inspection agencies, Nigeria has inspection agencies. Please, let's not rule that out, right? We have our pre-inspection agencies in Nigeria. They are, so you have Neroli, you have Kamiasaya, and the rest of them. In fact, if you want further, you can even get SGS to inspect your cargo. So it's not like they are not there. People just need to be compliant also. Now, what one port offers is this oversight function, this advisory function for you. So as a small exporter, whether you want to go by air or by sea, we afford you the opportunity to choose wisely, and also there's a guidance for you also, so that you do not make mistakes. Just like what you're looking for SCF or group page, so we can set you up with all of those things to make that easier. So for the time constraints, just log on to www.1.35.com. You're going to see everything there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we've got just two last comments from Tom and from...
Okay, so just the last question for you is how do you deal with the price disparity?
You have to fix that into your costings, right? It's very simple. If you were able to export, right, and you brought the cash back in, right, and did it at the black market rate, that's actually terrible for the Nigerian economy. So I understand why CBN doesn't have that in place. That's number one. Number two, she asked me about smallholder farmers. When you're a business and not an NGO or government, yeah, your bottom line is the bottom line. You can't start, you can't start with building up your business based on your corporate social responsibility goals. Unfortunately, that has to come second to building a profitable business. Okay. Oh, and then also, real quick, about how long it takes to get organic certification. Once again, it's science. It's not rocket science. Yeah, look, unfortunately here in Nigeria, there are a lot of consultants that don't have skin in the game. How can you get good advice from somebody that's not farming in the place that you're farming? Right? That's what I have to say on that.
Excellent.
Okay. So on that note, I think we will close the panel session. It has indeed been insightful, and I'm sure there would be individual questions and answer for all of you. So I think it's time to take a picture also. Thank you once again, and like I said, I'm sure the audience found everything you had to say insightful. And thank you too, Mr. Tom.
Great, and that leads me to thank our excellent moderator, and if you wouldn't mind, ladies and gentlemen, please giving this panel, which has been probably the most interesting, very warm round of applause. I'm going to ask you to all stand and huddle, because we want to take a quick photograph, and then we're going to close for the evening. Thank you very much. Photographers at the ready. Okay. Bamidele, are you joining? You are. Okay. Excellent. Superb. Ah, so we can get Tom in. Yeah, I get it. Tom, are you smiling?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We will be having a big group photograph at the end of today, so if you want to be in it, please stick around. Okay, excellent. Well, great. Thank you very much. Please, a warm round of applause yet again for the last panel. So, we've reached that point in the day when we're going to have a summary and closing remarks, and I've invited Kat up to come and do just that. Thank you. Delegation of the German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria, their leader, Katerina. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I was caught off guard because usually Akin Soya, our fantastic MC, is the one who always does a fantastic summary of the day. So I was counting on him to do that, and he's letting me down. But I think most of you, because when I look around, most of you have been here throughout the entire day, and this is the first observation I want to share. Impressive turnout, impressive how many of you are still here, which I think speaks highly not only of the program, but also of all of you and the connections that hopefully you have built or strengthened in the course of the day. We've had a packed day. It's been long or slightly delayed, but I hope that you don't regret that delay, but rather think, yes, that was necessary to cover all the topics that we have discussed, to meet all the contacts that you've met, and to prepare for tomorrow, because we have another packed day for you. Looking back today, we looked, of course, at food and nutrition security. We also mentioned here and there food safety. That is a point that did not go unnoticed. We looked at agribusiness and technical and vocational education and training. We looked at international trade related to agribusiness. So I think we've really covered a lot of ground today. I want to shout a special thank you to Carib Health Group, the team that facilitated 2 fantastic workshops. Thank you so much for doing that, for partnering with us. Yes, a round of applause to the Carib Health Group. I also want to invite those that maybe were stuck in the workshops to please check out the exhibition, not now because a lot of our partners are also closing down for the day, but they will be back tomorrow. If you haven't met the exhibitors yet, if you haven't found out about what they're doing and where they want to go from here, please do so tomorrow. Make sure you meet as many people as possible. If you look at the program tomorrow, you will see that tomorrow is mainly focusing on cashew. There are various reasons for that, because a lot is happening in the cashew sector in Nigeria. But mainly, and do not miss that, we're going to launch the Cashew Roundtable tomorrow. So you do want to be there tomorrow. We will start at 8 a.m. again. There will be coffee, so don't hesitate to come in early. We'll make sure you survive the day. To make sure that you meet everybody, because you will see a few new faces tomorrow that will come in specifically for the day tomorrow. So don't miss out. Tell your friends so that they don't, that they also benefit from this opportunity to network. You may know that we have been live streaming the sessions on YouTube, but I think as you are here, you know that the benefit of this event is the live discussion, is the opportunity to follow up with the speakers, meet new faces, or again, strengthen relationships that may have, cooled down a bit during the COVID times. We're very, very happy to see all of you. We're very proud of how today went. Again, special thanks to our MC, Akin Soya. Round of applause, he's doing an amazing job. Thanks to the team of the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria. You see us running around, finding speakers, making sure everything is in order. Thanks to the team of GIZ that has helped during the day at registration and also with managing the venue. Thanks to our team in the back that's doing the mic, sound system, video and photography. We all know that's not an easy job. Not everything works all the time. Thanks a lot for your support, for bearing with us, and for solving the issues that come up during the day. Last but not least, once again, thanks to our partners and sponsors. We have Jet Setter, we have Cormart, we have Big Dutchman, we have the European Union. Sorry, John, I forgot to mention. Of course, good partner during the day. PowerWet was speaking this morning. I'm not sure whether they still have representatives here. Pro Cashew, Casanovas. I think you've all tried the chips. Nasco and Nivea.
She's been behind the scenes working so very hard to make sure that today has gone well. So thank you very much. That round of applause wasn't as strong as the one I've been hearing. There we go. Thank you for leading that, John. Thank you very much, Katerina. Okay, so before we disappear for the day, if you've been on a panel session today, or you've presented, or you've run the workshop, if you don't mind just coming up here, I would like a photograph with all those who have presented. It takes a huge amount of work and effort to prepare presentations, to come up and actually speak in front of people. And I'd just like to recognize that group. So if you've been speaking today, you've been on any of the panels today, you've been running Carib Healthcare, that applies to you as well. Please come up. We'd just like to take a big group photograph. Thank you. And so that we're not delayed, if you don't mind just coming up quickly if you've been speaking today. Okay? We're just going to take a big group photograph of everybody who's been on a panel today, on any panel. John? I think that includes you and you. Yeah, we're just going to take a... So if you've been on any of the panels today, if you've presented today, if you've run a workshop today, if at any point you've held a microphone today, please come up and let's just take one group photograph, because I don't know who will be here tomorrow and I would like to capture the moment. Katerina, you need to be in the middle. So if you stand on either side of Katerina, that would be fantastic. Thank you. You were great, by the way. You were excellent. Okay? Yeah, okay. So, are the photographers... where are you off to? You're in this photograph now. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. It's just we don't want to miss you out in case you're not here tomorrow. We would like to... And I will be joining this one as well once you've taken the one with the group. So are the photographers ready? We need you to cluster a little bit more. So those in the middle might want to step back so we can curve it, so we can get the... Yeah, so apparently no social distancing. Yeah? No social distance. John, can you shift to your left a little bit, please? Thank you. Too many gaps here. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, photographers, are you happy with that? Okay. Great. I'm just going to squeeze in somewhere.